Mr. Honorable Segirinya was that person down to earth. As Parliament of Uganda, we want to condone with the family, with the friends of Honorable Segirinya, with the people of Kawempe North, with the Muslim fraternity, and with the NUP, National Unity Platform Party, and all Ugandans, because he was a national leader. May the Almighty Allah grant Honorable Segirinya eternal and perfect peace. And honorable members yesterday said we should be here by 9 because the fact that the late is a Muslim. We agreed we should be here by 9, and I don't know what could have happened, but we shall talk that one when we don't have visitors. Yes, next item.
The casket is transferred from the central lobby to the chamber. Honorable members, please rise. Honorable members, you may resume your seats. Item 5 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Segirinya Muhammad, former Member of Parliament, Kawempe Division North.
Honorable members, because we cannot leave a vacuum in the House, and the House is us, we will ask the most senior Muslim, Honorable Katuntu, to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as you rightly put it, I am moving this motion by virtue of being currently in the chambers to be the most senior. And I take it as an honor and a privilege. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Mohammed Segirinya, Member of Parliament, Kawempe Division North Constituency, Kampala City, for his dedicated service to the Republic of Uganda. Whereas Parliament has with deep sorrow lamented the death of Honorable Mohammed Segirinya, Member of Parliament for Kawempe Division North Constituency, Kampala City, which occurred on the 9th of January 2025 at Rubaga Hospital in Kampala. Recognizing that the Honorable Segirinya Muhammad lived an industrious life and thorough hard work, dedicated and perseverance, rose from humble beginnings to become a Member of Parliament. Further, recognizing that the Honorable Segirinya served in various capacities, including being Member of Parliament representing Kawempe Division North Constituency, Kampala City, to the time of his demise, Lord Councillor representing Kawempe North at State Hall in Kampala Capital City Authority from 2016 to 2021, International Coordinator of Love Uganda Foundation from 2016 to the time of his demise, and Director of Hope Children's Primary School from 2014 to the time of his demise. Appreciating that the Honorable Segirinya was deeply passionate about community mobilization, journalism, food security, especially in his constituency, as exemplified through his passionate advocacy for various causes, including
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. I have been consulting with the LOP here over the issue of the order paper. Right Honourable Speaker, procedurally, motions of this nature are either moved by the Prime Minister and usually seconded by the LOP or vice versa. I am now seeing the Prime Minister is not here and the Leader of Opposition is here. In fact, the entire front bench, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to understand, and I'm not so sure who to ask, but I'll ask you, the head of the institution. Is this a message by government being sent that they are disinterested in the death of the Honorable Segirinya? The absence of the entire cabinet being absent, is it a demonstration that they are disinterested in the death, burial, and perhaps sickness and everything connected with the Honorable Segirinya? Do we proceed normally without this House recognizing the visible and loud absence of the central executive, and right on speaker, you as the head of the institution, are you privy to any information? Executive is not here, and why our colleague should not deserve the presence of the executive. Right on speaker, I think this house should take to the absence of the front bench.
Thank you, honorable members. What I can request of you, let's mourn our brother in peace. I cannot be able to account for the front bench and for whoever is not here. Personally, I was here by 7. I have been here. That shows you that for me, I take the institution very serious. I take my members about the motion, and in my discretion, it is me who chose Honorable Katuntu to avoid further shame.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I didn't realize I was getting in this controversy, but that notwithstanding, I thought nature abhors a vacuum. And when there is a vacuum, we have, well, government is not here, so what? I mean, the reason why some of us are here is to make sure if things are not moving correct, best to improvise a whole proceeding. After all, Right Honorable Speaker, I have, as you know, I am the chairman of the Rules Committee. There is no rule that says motions of this nature are moved by government. It is purely a practice. And if this practice has a problem, let us fill in the vacuum and proceed and pay tribute to our late colleague. Right Honorable Speaker, if I may proceed, appreciating that the Honorable his constituency as exemplified through passionate advocacy of various causes, including community mobilization for health services through the construction of Kawempe North Hospital, from which his constituency and Ugandans accessed free health care services, fundraising for his constituents during the COVID-19 pandemic, and protection and promotion of rights of the less privileged Ugandans to access free to air television channels during the 2015 migration from analog broadcasting to digital platforms. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this House as follows: that Parliament collectively conveys its deep condolences to the bereaved family, relatives, friends, and the people of Uganda for the loss of a distinguished citizen of this country. Parliament takes cognizance of the dedicated service and contribution that Honorable Segirinya has rendered to the people of Uganda in general and in particular the people of Kawempe Division North Constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Kasanda, Alan, Honorable Alan again, Honorable Dennis, Aloysius Gold. Haven't I mentioned all your names? Would you love to speak to your motion?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the country learned of the sad and unfortunate demise and the unfortunate news of the passing of the Honorable Mohammed Segirinya, Member of Parliament for Kawempe North Division constituency. The Honorable Segirinya has been unwell for some time, as you already know, and has been under the care of many hospitals. But breathed his last from Rubaga Hospital at 12:10 p.m. on Thursday, 9th January 2025, that is yesterday. The Honorable Segirinya was born on the 17th of January 1987 in Butale, Kadugala, Masaka district. He rose to prominence as a politician and a business person. Colleagues, the late Segirinya started his studies from Kadugala Primary School and later went to Kadugala Secondary School, and Pimba Secondary School in Chebando for secondary school education. He holds a certificate in urban food experience from Netherlands. At the time of his death, colleagues, he has been pursuing a bachelor's degree in social work and social administration at the Islamic University in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Segirinya started his public life and service to his country as a political activist at a very young age. He later became a councillor representing Kawempe Division at Kampala Capital City Authority, where he served from 2016 to 2021. He was elected a Member of Parliament for Kawempe North Division and has been part of the 11th Parliament up to date. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, the Honorable Mohamed Segirinya has been a loving husband, father to 8 children, and supported many other children who are not his. The Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Segirinya will be remembered for his tireless dedication to public service. He always stood for his people and endeavored to work on the issues affecting the people around him. He passionately supported the women's economic independence through, among other things, establishing a savings circle group called the Chebando Community Development Association, which supported women-owned small and medium enterprises. He also participated in the promotion of community health care by establishing a health facility called Kawempe.
At least you can clap for what he has done, because not all of us do that.
By establishing a health facility called Kawempe North Medical Center. He was as well an international coordinator of Love Uganda Foundation from 2016 to the time of his demise, and director of Hope Children Primary School from 2014 to the time of his demise. I would like to thank the Honorable Speaker for according this great statesman a befitting sitting in this House as the law provides, and also His Excellency the President for his support to Honorable Segirinya through the Parliament of Uganda. The government of Uganda paid the medical bills of Honorable Segirinya during the course of his treatment, particularly when he was hospitalized at Aga Khan Hospital. Maybe it is fair to mention the figure, which rose to the tune of 939,268,000. This excludes other medical costs paid by government to the US and Uganda. Government wishes to extend its profound sympathies to the family, the people of Kawempe North, and the people of Uganda. Given the nature that I was trying to fill the vacuum, I'll say something outside this official statement. Colleagues, Honorable Segirinya is a reflection that in this country, you can rise from obscurity to significance. If you watched the media yesterday, 2 hours on television was dedicated to the Honorable Segirinya. Maybe not many would have that sort of airtime. Why? Because of the significance of his contribution to the political process of this country. In this country, Right Honorable Speaker, everything is possible. You can dream big and achieve big. And indeed, the Honorable Segirinya did exactly that. You may not realize, but even if you're a professor with 5 degrees, 7 degrees, it's possible you will not have one Kawempe North Division constituency. Education may not be everything. Even if you are as rich as Sudid, you may not have one Kawempe North Division constituency. With Segirinya as a competitor. He beat all odds, humble beginning, less education, not all that moneyed, but somehow he rose to the top. He dreamed big and he achieved big. Right, Honorable Speaker. There are lessons to learn, and you don't have to have read so much. The politics of today, Honorable Segirinya knew it better than those who are even educated, more educated than him. Muhammad, rest in peace. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Haji Katuntu. Before I call the law to second the motion, I would love to introduce our visitors in the VIP gallery. We have in the VIP gallery this morning, we have a delegation from the National Unity Platform leadership comprising of Mr. Rupongoya, David Lewis. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. He's the Secretary General of NOP. We have Mr. Nyansi Fred Sentamu, Head of Mobilization Chairman. Chairman, you're most welcome. We have Honorable Nabatas Farida, Head of Mobilization Central. You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming. They are here to watch the proceedings of this special sitting. And remember, by midday, we should have finished because the body will be going to the mosque. We also have, in the VIP gallery, we have members of the family. We have the mother, Madam Nakajumba Justine, Mama. That is the mother. Thank you so much for coming. Sorry for the loss. Tula. Then we have Mr. Bukenya Joseph, the brother. That is the uncle. The uncle to late Segirinya. We have Mr. Kasanga Bosco Mawada. That is the brother, cousin. We have Mr. Walugembe Robert, brother to Honorable Segirinya. We have Nachuwewa Maria, is a sister, most welcome. We have Namaganda Viola, a sister. We have Nabayunga Oliver, sister. We have Ndiba Rita, sister. We have Naiga Ruth, sister. We have Shifra Nagrinya, a daughter. We have Bukenya Ivan, the son. We have Namaganda Sadia, daughter. We have Nabugala Aliyah, daughter. We have Nabu Shamim, daughter. We have Nagrinya Aliyah, daughter. We have Segirinya Ibra, son. We will continue introducing them as I get updates. Honorable Lop.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I rise to second the motion to pay tribute to our colleague, the Honorable Muhammad Segirinya. And perhaps before I do that, I also wish to express my disappointment. The Deputy Prime Minister has just walked in. Before that, there was no one on the front bench. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, I reached out to you intending to move this motion, given that Honorable Segirinya was one of us. The guidance I got was practice normally is the Prime Minister moves the motion and the LOP seconds. Some was glad that the motion would be moved by somebody from the government side. It was bothersome that this morning there was no one from government to move the motion. That's very disappointing. I want to appreciate colleagues from the NRM who are here, as we normally do. We have lost several MPs in this 11th Parliament. May God help us, by the way. May God help us. We're normally united in these times. Majority of those who have died belong to the opposition, I mean the NRM, but we are always, even as the opposition, in solidarity of colleagues. We quarrel and argue about so many things because we don't agree. My utmost disappointment in the Prime Minister and your colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, my disappointed comrade, the Honorable Muhammad Segirinya, Member of Parliament for Kawempe North constituency, who passed on after a very long battle with illness. On behalf of the opposition in Parliament and on my own behalf, I wish to extend commiserations to the family of the Honorable Segirinya, the people of Kawempe North constituency, the National Unity Platform, party he belonged to and loved, and indeed, the entire country on the demise of the Honorable Muhammad Segirinya. Honorable Speaker, death is a painful aspect of life, regardless of the age at which one passes on. However, his experiences deepened his understanding of issues affecting ordinary Ugandans, fueling his passion for activism and advocacy for a better country. Honorable Segirinya's journey from grassroots involvement to national recognition showcases his resilience and ability to connect with diverse people, earning him respect in Uganda's political landscape. Honorable Segirinya first gained public attention through his participation in Kampala-based radio talk shows. His frequent to these shows earned him recognition as Segirinya Edobozi ly'Ekyebando, translating to Segirinya, the voice of Kyebando. In his radio engagements, he would refer to himself as MP2B. Each time he would call, he would say, Segirinya Muhammad Edobozi ly'Ekyebando, MP2B. And this was in the early 2000s, over 15 years before he made a plea, unproduced before court. Medical records signed by government doctors saying this man should be released on bail to go and get specialized treatment. The judge said, no, go back to jail. After a while, Honorable Segirinya was granted bail only for him to be abducted outside Kigo prison by gun-wielding men in plain clothes, in total violation of our country's laws. This disregard for the rule of law continues unabated in our country, and as we have witnessed, it affects all of us, including colleagues on the government side, as you have seen very recently. We must jointly castigate this and call for its end. Many Ugandans have been abducted in similar manner, and to date, they are still missing. All this is in a country which prides itself in following constitutionalism. We should be ashamed of these acts. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the denial of bail to Honorable Muhammad Segirinya feeds into the recent narrative by General Yoweri Museveni lately. He has called for denial of bail and even police bond, something which is not in tandem with our constitutional order. While bail and police bond may not be mandatory, directing judicial officers and police officers not to give them to those before them is unbecoming and should be condemned by us all, because we are all potential victims. Colleagues, we are all potential victims. As we send off Honorable Segirinya, may we commit to respect the rule of law, because he suffered due to the disregard for the rule of law. Of late, we have seen threats by our country's Chief of Defense Forces, General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, threatening our neighboring countries, including Kenya, South Sudan, DRC, and the threats have extended to his colleagues in the military. and even leaders in this country. He, for example, threatened to behead and even eliminate the Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, a former member of this House and the leader of the National Unity Platform. This is abhorrent, acceptable. While the state continues to disregard these issues and trivialize them, the country suffers disregard for the rule of law. All right-thinking Ugandans should strive for constitutionalism and respect for our country's laws, something Honorable Segirinya was very passionate about. Let's fight for our laws. Will come, regardless who you are, when you need it to fight for you. If you don't fight for it now, it will not be present to fight for you, regardless who you are, by the way. Rest in peace, Honorable Muhammad Segirinya, Mr. Update. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Lob. Can I have, I still have a second. I still have a second. I have the independent seconding first. Yes, Father.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to join you and your colleagues in paying tribute to our friend. Death is an inescapable reality that no one can delegate a person to go and die on his or her behalf. We cannot postpone our own death. Humanity death is as old as humanity, and humanity has never gotten used to death. No one can mock the demise of another person. In African society, solidarity was highly upheld, and I believe even up to this time, solidarity must still be appreciated when we lose a colleague, a friend, even an enemy. I was reading in the social media yesterday, somebody was saying, you should never annoy a system. You can annoy a person because a human being has conscience. And once his selfish ego has been satisfied, he can find in his heart, in his mind, a space to forgive. But a system will never forgive you. And if Segirinya happened to annoy the system, I still beg that the system should find a space to forgive this man. He has already gone. The one who moved the motion, which I'm here to second, concluded by saying, may your soul rest in peace. The leader of opposition also spoke the same word, may his soul rest in peace. What is this word, rest in peace? Rest in peace, it is a Latin word. It is derived from the Latin word, which means rescate in parse. It means an idiom meaning the person has fought the good war, has won the race, and is to go and rest in peace. A lot has been spoken of our friend, about our friend, the good things he did in the mighty constituency of Kawempe. And I believe no another leader after him may actually do exactly, or those who will come after him may do what he has actually done to the people of Kawempe. Right Honorable Speaker, some 2-3 years ago, I met at the entrance of our parliament a lady being supported to walk up into parliament. And later somebody pointed to me that that was the mother. This is the mother of the Honorable Segirinya. And I think, Right Honorable Speaker, this woman was coming not looking for bread, but for the breadwinner, her breadwinner, to find justice. And justice wasn't to her son. Mommy, Allah is the good judge. In the Holy Bible and also in Quran, especially in the book of Prophet Isaiah 57 verse 2, he has found the place of his rest. And I believe the Honorable Segirinya has found a place of his rest. All the achievements he has done, the eulogies being given by his colleagues, with the exception of his enemies, I believe it is a credit on his side, and truly he will find rest, he will find peace. Uganda is bleeding, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to accept this. Uganda is bleeding, the country is bleeding. And I don't know when will this country find the right bandage to bandage the wounds of this country, of Ugandans. We are living in wounds. Everyone finds joy in hurting another person. Much as they say politics is a dirty game, we should be the sanitizers of politics. We should find the right detergent to sanitize politics. Otherwise, I want to pray for the soul, for the peaceful repose of my brother, the Honorable Segirinya, to rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father Nen. Hajat, we are opening the debate. I'll give you, let Hajat finish.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you'll excuse me, I'm sick. But I want to bring apologies on the behalf of government. I was called this morning at around 8, and I was told that we are supposed to move the motion at 10. So because I was sick, I decided to start preparing myself. When it was approaching 9, somebody called me from your office and told me it is 9. So that was miscommunication on time. So I'll apologize on behalf of government that it was not intentional. And it was...
Ajat, I don't want to believe. Ajat, I don't want to believe on miscommunication, because I would take the responsibility. The order paper is very clear, and when I had adjourned the house yesterday, I said we are adjourning to 9. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, let us take the blame, but because I'm saying that I was sick, I was not here in the house, so I'm saying I'm apologizing. And in addition to that, I want to say, in our religion we say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. May the soul of Honorable
Prime Minister,
Mohammed Segirinya rest in peace. I thank you.
Amen. Amen. Honorable members, when we are paying tribute like this, let's avoid those things. Let's send our friend in peace, and we'll send him in peace. Cow?
Madam Speaker, I would like to join colleagues in supporting the motion to pay glowing tribute to the fallen colleague, the Member of Parliament of Kawempe North, the Honorable Segirinya Muhammad. Madam Speaker, some genius coined an adage, and I want to say it verbatim, that the greatest loss in life is not death, but that dies inside us while we are still living this curse. Speaker, when you see the conspicuous absence of the front bench, save for the two honorable ministers, it speaks volumes. It throws egg on the face of government, but also speaks volumes about this particular adage that I have just quoted. Honestly, death is non-partisan. It has no side. In death is when you would expect us to be united. We expected a concerted effort of the entire House to give a decent send-off of our colleague. But it's rather unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that this has happened to this House. Moreover, in the past, it has not been the case. Madam Speaker, some genius also coined something which looks...
Yes, an order. Hajat.
Yeah, they have not granted.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
The presiding...
Honorable members. You'll allow me excuse Hajat to go out.
Yes.
Please.
Madam Speaker, I was putting the House in order to allow the Madam
No,
Prime Minister to go out because
well.
she was
She's
over
not well.
coughing. I was worried of the infection. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No, I realize. That's why I've sent.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was alluding to another quotation.
Honorable members, let's try to speak faster so that a number of people speak. We have only 1 hour to go.
Okay. Madam Speaker, let me delve
I am not the one determining.
Written eulogy. The country mourns a spirited patriot, an incredible politician, an activist, a father, and a selfless leader who dedicated all his life prioritizing the interests of the people. Honorable Muhammad Segirinya, fondly known as Mr. Update, has left an indelible mark on the people of Kawempe North and Uganda at large. His journey from a casual, energetic, social media enthusiast to a member of parliament was nothing short of an inspiration. In the year 2021 elections, the Honorable Segirinya contested for the Kawempe North parliamentary seat and won it, defeating seasoned politicians. During the first 3 months of his tenure, he has taunted many by achieving remarkable milestones, including the construction of a hospital for the underprivileged in his constituency. He also launched the Sec Box campaign, a savings initiative targeting low-income earners. By promoting a culture of saving, the initiative have uplifted thousands of struggling families and has become a cornerstone of his legacy, Madam Speaker. His passion for social justice, rooted in his upbringing and personal encounters with injustice, saw him protest over unfair taxes and unjust government policies. For instance, in the year 2015, while still a councillor for Chebando at Kampala Capital City Authority, the Honorable Segirinya was arrested at Parliamentary Avenue, just very close to this building, for protesting over digital migration by carrying a television set on his head to the office of the then State Minister of ICT, the Honorable Nyombi Temple. His major concern was the government's interference with the right to access information on the TVs free of charge. The Honorable Segirinya argued that it is government's role the world over to give information to people without any cost, whereas less privileged Ugandans were to be cut off on air for not buying decoders following the digital migration policy. We appreciate him. And Madam Speaker, may his soul, the soul of our beloved colleague, settle in eternal peace.
Thank you. Youth, Minister of Youth.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. It is sad we lost a friend. Honorable Segirinya was my friend, and I will remember him for his tireless advocacy for the right of the marginalized community, especially his people in Chebando. His fearless and outspoken criticism of social injustice and human rights abuses. I will also remember him for his passionate representation of the people of Chebando and Kawempe in Parliament. His commitment to fighting for the welfare and well-being of his constituents. His unwavering dedication to principles of justice, equality, and freedom. His role as a vocal and influential leader in the National Unity Platform, NUP Party. His ability to inspire and mobilize young people from Chebando to take action and also demand for change, which he never achieved. His courage in face of refusal to be silenced or intimidated as government and on behalf of government, and as someone who believes and supports everyone's equality. I apologize for all the mismanagement that could have happened during his life when he was on earth, and I believe we should do better. We should do better going forward. We should allow criticism where need be, and I pray his soul rest in peace. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mehdi. Mehdi.
Okay.
Honorable Mehdi.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the world, most gracious, most merciful, that glorifies his might. And it says, and I'll translate, Tabaraka alladhi biyadihi al-mulku wa huwa ala kulli shay'in alladhi halaka al-maut wal hayat liyabluwakum ayyukum ahsanu amala wa huwa al-azizul ghafur. That blessed be to the one Almighty Allah, in whose hands rests all the authority, and he who is most capable, and death, that all humanity shall endure, and he says shall endure, in order to serve as a test to all of us. In many different surahs or chapters of the Quran, Allah has been explicit as he spoke about the journey that we are all going to take. And he says clearly, death is inevitable to all that are there. It's not a law, because laws we can sit here and amend anytime. But death is a must that no human being shall evade. And Allah says that we shall test you with fear, hunger, loss of wealth, and loss of life. Therefore, death is a test, for which test shall only be passed by those who leave behind in perseverance, and those that retain patience and do good things. Every passing on of a comrade or of an individual is a testimony to those that stay behind, that what shall be spoken about you. Honorable Segirinya, today on the topic, Ya Muhammad Rabban. When I knew you as a young man, you are called Richard, and you stepped forward and told us that I've seen the light and I would like to join Islam. And he gave the Shahada, and he said, indeed, I believe there is one God, that is Allah, and I bear witness that Prophet Muhammad is his messenger. And he was welcomed with pure hands. This pure soul lying here today did not turn back. But he did one noble thing. He did not break his umbilical cord from his relatives. Because Keeping blood relations, even when you change religion, is a sign of worship in Islam. And even when you convert and you turn your back against the people that fed you, the people that raised you, is a sin in Islam. He did not break that tie with his mother, with his uncles, with his brothers, and neither did he do so with his children. Therefore, he lived by actions, trying to induce others to join the path that he joined, but he did not coerce them to see the light. In all he said, as I saw him as a young man, he was a radio caller. You know these callback people on the radio. And he used to say, Honorable, one time I would like to be a member of parliament. And I told him, Honorable Segirinya, it takes steps. He said, I'll jump all those steps. So he tried first in 2011. I told him, you will not go through, and he'll bear witness when he stood against Honorable Latif Sebagar. Then he came back and he asked me what happened. I told him, you're fit to be a councillor. Then he said, in 2016, I'll vie to be a councillor. Now I'll follow you. I'll heed to your advice. Indeed, he heeded too. He went and contested and tried to seek the FDC party ticket to no avail. He came back to me and jokingly he said, I have no ticket. I told him it's not the ticket, it's the people. Go to the people. By then he wanted to get the symbol of the clock. He went there, it was not available. On the first nomination day, he came back and said, I don't have the clock. I told him, go and pick whatever symbol is there. He chose the table. Then he said, but I'm too short. People will think I'm a joker. I told him, use the table to your advantage. Fabricate a table, go to every trading center and stand on the table. And tell the people when things go wrong, I'll stand on this table and you'll see me as high as possible, passing on your message. Indeed, finally when, and on a lighter note, finally when everyone had realized that Segirinya was taking this vote, the FDC candidate moved around with the microphone saying, I'm Segirinya Muhammad, please vote for me. I'm the one with the symbol of the key. So Segirinya ran back to me and said, there is something wrong. This person is saying he's Segirinya Muhammad, but vote for the key. You know the symbol of the key. So I told him, get a microphone and go back with the table everywhere and tell them it's me, Segirinya Muhammad, the one on the table. Indeed, he did so, and he came out to be victor as an independent for the first time. Having arrived at KCC, one of the lightweight stories, he contested to be speaker of KCC. He contested with the Honorable Kawaria here. And Segirinya Muhammad got one vote, which was his vote. Then he said, this world is really very fun. Even the people that nominated me did not vote for me. But he said, it doesn't matter. History will record that a courageous gentleman called Segirinya once stood to be speaker of KCCA and had 2 nominees, but only got 1 vote, which he was sure was his own vote. So history must register now that there was a courageous man who took a step and never thought failure was the end of life. Failing at times is one style of training us to be better. Finally, I would like to thank his party for having come out boldly to grant him the ticket to run as MP Kawempe North. He fairly deserved it. He went through a lot that we all knew, but let me talk about this, Right Honorable Speaker. The discretion of court in granting bail. I pray, and I would like to address this to all politicians. Please, let us not try to interfere with the works of courts of laws in using their discretionary principles in adjudication of court matters as regards matters of bail. Because bail is one of the rights, is one of the processes where people acquire a free and fair trial. And having this temporary freedom probably would have helped this gentleman go and try to seek medical attention. He would not have gotten lost. But finally, we have him here. And it's us to talk about it here and then and then and that. I think we can do better. I know there are those that do crime, and courts will pass judgment on that person that should not be in society, and that person that should be let to be out and, you know, carry on their court matters while having access to doing their work or being out, having temporary freedom. Therefore, finally, Right Honorable Speaker, from Allah we came, and from Allah we shall all return.
Thank you.
May Allah receive your soul and forgive you for whatsoever you did wrong, Honorable Segirinya, and grant you Jannat Firdaus. May peace be upon all of you.
Thank you, Alan. Honorable Alan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank Parliament for according that gentleman right there this tribute. I stand here in seconding the motion on the floor of Parliament to pay tribute to Honorable Segirinya Muhammad. Madam Speaker, the gentleman who is standing there, who is lying there, was my friend, at least in his later days of life, because we spent 2 years almost under incarceration. We talked together for all those days. We talked about so many things with him. Before the incarceration, I had not spent 20 minutes with Honorable Segirinya, apart from this action of sharing dreams together of leading this country on radios and in rallies, political rallies. But when I sat with him for 2 years, I realized something, that the people had another picture of Honorable Segirinya, yet he was another person. The Honorable was seen to be doing things crafted like comedy, and those things could happen. He was a genuine man who had that genuine love for every person. He said that he loves him. He was an ardent supporter of change for this nation, not because he disliked those who lead this country in person, but their policies, because he grew up as a poor man in a poor family. He hardly spent 2 or 3 years with his father, because his father died at a younger age, and he was a soldier of this government. And that impacted so much on his brain, being fatherless and the father dying under unclear circumstances. He tried so much to come to Kampala through so many means, Madam Speaker, to fight for his dreams. But what disturbed him so much was about our incarceration, that after standing on the tables, after talking so much to see to it that he scores that goal he wanted so much, to be a member of Parliament in this country, there came uncertainties and the fate fell on us. He said, in his own words, that what would I want after being a member of Parliament? I am a poor man from a poor family. I'm going to earn close to 25 million, because for him he thought it was to be 25 million. I can now touch 5 million at once. Now what would I want next? But because I wanted to serve my people so well, there might be envy somewhere that I predict as a person. He was someone who would joke, Madam Speaker, as a person. He would crack jokes, and we would laugh for almost 2 years. But again, I also put my voice on those members of parliament who have mentioned it clear, and the public at large, that the right to a fair hearing entails a right to bail, because everyone is innocent until proven guilty. This man, after only 2 days, he started complaining of his chronic sickness that he had before incarceration. And he wanted to seek for medical attention in Germany because he was coming from Germany for such. And he had been prepared for another day for treatment by a specialist who was coming from India to China, to Germany in some hospital. And that chance wasn't given to him because of denial of bail. Madam Speaker, I thank you for your support to this gentleman, especially during all those times we were under incarceration. But I again cry to this government that today Honorable Segirinya is lying there. Everyone knows that the government cannot go away from this, because the Honorable, if he had got that medical attention earlier, even government wouldn't have spent 900 million. It would be him to facilitate his own medication, and he would be alive today. But because of that and such politics that we have in this country, that is why that gentleman is lying there. If you look at his children, they are too young to lose a father who was very courageous, who has gone through hell to have something on table for his children and the mother. Madam Speaker, it should come from all voices of courage, whatsoever the party you belong to call for better leadership of this country in a united way. Honorable Segirinya, we shared so much, we talked so much in person. I know that you went to God, an unsatisfied man, because it wasn't your time to go. But because of politics, you have gone. Rest in peace, Honorable Segirinya. Fight harder, Honorable.
Thank you. Eddie.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, thank you very much. Colleagues, what we forget is that in every situation and in humanity that ever happens, that you must learn a lesson, and that lesson must help you to live better. If we know that we should fear God, we should know what God wants, which is not easy. That's why we should always respect one another. Secondly, the second thing is that life. People who study about life, everybody has his own line. So, as long as we know that there is God, and there is life, and there is also life after death, I believe that Honorable Segirinya, who is lying there, feared God, and as members of parliament and as government, we should know that what we are doing, does it please God? If we do things that don't please God, then we may not have space where we say that we shall be there and life will be better.
Thank you.
I thank you very much. May He always in peace.
Katesh.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support the motion to pay tribute to a colleague who has passed on. And I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for being our leader, because you have been there for the members of parliament, both in hard and good times. You have not abandoned your members. I want to extend my condolences to the people of Kawempe, whom he has been leading, and to the parents and relatives. Death is non-partisan. We have lost a colleague, and I really thank members who have come to pay tribute, because it's all our journey, regardless of our disagreements on this earth. I did not know Honorable Segirinya so much. We just met in Parliament here. But the impact he made on the people of Kawempe, and all of us who followed the news yesterday, I think very few of us can summon the kind of attention that he received. In one way, I want to thank my friend, the Honorable Minister, Honorable Baram, for the statement you have made, because I think you acknowledge that there could have been some learning points for us that we should pick as the people of Uganda, so that we can live in harmony amidst our disagreements and be respectful to one another. I thank him for the work he did, and to the people of Kawempe, I think you will remember him for the good things he has done, and let us continue to be there for each other as members of Parliament, because we represent the people of Uganda. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Haji Idi. Haji Idi Baka. Then we have Honorable Mpoga Hassan. The chairman, you'll speak later.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And honorable colleagues, I join the rest in supporting the motion that pays
Let's have
tribute
2 minutes.
to our colleague, Honorable Segirinya. On behalf of the people of Munya County South, behalf of the people of Soga, and on my own behalf, I rise to pay tribute to the distinguished servant of the people. But Honorable Speaker, personally, I did not spend a lot of time here with Honorable Segirinya. I surely don't have a lot of history and story to tell about Honorable Segirinya, but I have, just like any other Ugandan, been following Honorable Segirinya as a common man of the people, as a servant of the people, and as a councillor, just like the motion has stated, his service to his people. Right Honorable Speaker, being born is an opportunity, but death is a must. And every one of us here has to travel this journey, because death is a journey that has to be traveled by everyone. Now that Honorable Segirinya has traveled his journey, and today we are here paying tribute to what he did for his country. I want to say this on behalf of my people, and to say, may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you.
Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to join you and the House and the country in paying tribute to a son of Uganda, the Honorable Segirinya, who passed on. Madam Speaker, I never got an opportunity to interact with the Honorable Segirinya, but I was a keen follower of all his works from around 2016, after he had become a councillor. I particularly remember all the instances whenever the Dr. Kizza Besigye would appear anywhere in the country, Honorable Segirinya would be right behind on any function, and that captured my attention. Not because I'm a supporter of Besigye, but I wondered, a young man who was passionate about supporting his party, to the extent that whether the function was in Uganda or outside Uganda, Segirinya would be there. We miss a young man who was very vibrant, full of dreams. He had a passion for his people, a love for his people that is unmatched. And the people of Kawempe have lost an icon. It is so sad that he has passed on very young. He had big dreams. But I want to thank the Honorable Katuntu for putting it very correctly and rightly, that in this country, if you dream, you can reach your dream. And that was the Honorable Segirinya, who dreamed big, and he reached Parliament as he dreamed. It is so sad that we have lost him. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your dedication to this House and to your members. We are so grateful that we have you, and we thank you for affording an opportunity.
Switch on.
I want to thank you finally for granting an opportunity and for convincing the family, because the Islams normally don't allow this. But you convinced, I think, the family to allow that the country pays this tribute to the Honorable Segirinya. We are so grateful that he has been brought here and he has been granted a tribute that he deserves. Thank you so much. May his soul rest in peace.
One thing is, Honorable Segirinya was a very, very good fan of women. So can I first hear from Wopa? Then I come over. Wopa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My condolences to the family, the people of Kawempe, this Parliament, the people of Masaka, and Uganda as a whole. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Segirinya spent a very short time in this House. And yesterday, when I was watching NTV, it was more of a documentary, watching his works and the short time that he was actually in this House. I kept wondering, supposing Segirinya had not been in prison, what kind of person would he have been? What more would we have seen? That, well, what could he have done beyond what we have watched in just this short time? And it saddened me that the people who elected him did not actually see much of what he would have done for them. I actually want to applaud him and thank him for his dedication and support to the women. In putting up that health facility at Kawempe, he actually also ensured that every mother that gave birth at this facility went home with a box, a SEGI box, a savings box with, I believe, some startup capital. That was support to a woman. I also want to thank him.
Honorable members, clap for SEGI on that. Who of you have done that?
Even in putting up that, Right Honorable Speaker, he encouraged mothers to deliver at the health facility. And this was actually free of charge. That is actually maternal health. That is support to a mother. I also watched him on several occasions. Can I just conclude? Taking food to the vulnerable, and most of them were actually women. So I want to applaud him and thank him for that. And I want really to tell this Parliament, we make laws. Can these laws be respected? Can these laws be implemented? Why should we see people being tortured? When we have the Anti-Torture Act, it's clear that there is torture, and this law must actually be implemented. Access to health care is a right that should not actually be denied. And Right Honorable Speaker, arresting people, can we plead? The police, people should be arrested, but with dignity. It hurts me to see people being thrown under those chairs, Madam Speaker, in pickups, under the chairs, irrespective of who you were. Today, as Philip Bongole Rutaya said, it is me. Tomorrow it is someone else. Let us stand up and defend the Constitution, but also point out some of these wrong things that are being done. The people who are torturing are not government, Right Honorable Speaker. These are individuals who must actually be held accountable. So with those few remarks, Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
rest
members,
in peace, Honorable Segirinya.
members, all of us belong to government. So if you generalize that it is government, then it is you and me and everybody. These are individuals. You get it, eh? I want Honorable Mpuga, Honorable Hassan. There's somebody I want who was very close to say. Honorable Sanja, where is Honorable Sanja? Yes. Don't worry, you're all going to speak. So, honorable members, if I was not sharing, maybe I would be the best person to give an account of update.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to join
Honorable members, listen.
And the House in paying tribute to our departed brother and comrade, the Honorable Segirinya. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to extend my sympathies and from those of the people of Masaka to the family, the children, and the mother in a special way, because she had this special attachment to his son that I witnessed and touched over time. I thought, Right Honorable Speaker, I would say much here, but then on reflection, I felt not necessary anyway. I'm going to just make a few remarks in recognition of the legacy of this gentleman lying before us. We don't choose the time we bow out. It's not in our space. And I have been scanning through the commentary relating to his demise. And you could tell that there's not a single phrase or statement or word that would afford him a befitting epitaph. Probably his life has been a cocktail. It was a short life. We could not master exactly where his journey would end. But like I said, we don't choose when we bow out. He never chose this. I followed closely on behalf of Parliament. Then as leader of the opposition when he was arrested, I followed him and his brother, the Honorable Segirinya, through the challenges in prison, falling sick. Sewanyana, I beg your pardon, Right Honorable Speaker. And the troubles went through to secure clearance of the medical board for his treatment, away from treatment in prison and from within the country. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the effort. At one stage, the Right Honorable Speaker had to do a money hand for members of the medical board to convene and clear the treatment of Honorable Segirinya. It was tough. It was tough, and we were losing time. We were losing time, and he had to be driven to the tarmac for emergency treatment. Suddenly, his illness and eventual demise exposed our systems. The state system as being weak and porous, incapable of a coherent investigation to give a decent man justice, incapable of a decent prosecution. The entire exercise in which he was being prosecuted tainted with a lot of inconsistency, and you could feel a sense of, revenge and retribution, this whole thing. And for me, that should not be part of our life. I'm glad the Honorable Minister for the Youth has made a commitment. I want to see you follow through that commitment. That, Madam Speaker, I beg your pardon that I make these statements, that the hunting and hounding of the opposition must cease. The Honorable Segirinya had so many friends. And I want to thank his friends who stood with him in prison and hospital. Even when he left prison, And some friends were questioning how he was released, yet they knew he was very sick. That for me was inhuman. Secondly, to thank the medical team at Nsambia Hospital, Dr. Sechitoleko and the team, Luaga Hospital, Sister Dr. Grace Nanyondo and the team. They did a great job. And of course, the team at Aga Khan Hospital. I visited Segirinya at Aga Khan and I thought we had lost him. But the mother stayed strong. And the young man called Kasaga who was taking care of him very closely. I found them desperate. And the doctor at Aga Khan asked me, but you know, can't you manage this in Uganda? And I felt a sense of really shame on my part. Right on the speaker, as I conclude, he's left us. And his departure has exposed the pettiness, the callousness, the emptiness, the insensitivity of politics and politicians, right on the speaker. And we need to learn from both sides of the house, right on the speaker. We need to appreciate that our sense of humanness should never disappear regardless of the disagreements that we find ourselves into. What became of our sense of humanity? What became of our Africanness? That with the suffering and the sick should never be exploited, should never be used for politicking, should never be used for, to milk politics and political space. Right on the speaker. Right on the speaker, while this man was suffering, I'm concluding, we're jostling for his position in Kawempe. What happened to us as politicians? As I was ill in hospital, and I made sure all those who are supposed to know get to know. They never visited. They were plotting for his position in Kawempe. This is very callous of politicians. It must stop. We don't choose when we go. Our sense of sensitivity should never get away because one of us is suffering. We must feel for each other. And this I'm saying to both sides of the house. Not only speaker. To the Honorable Segirinya, you fought your battle. You did your bit humbly, with humility, with a little, in terms of exposition, in terms of capacity. We shall escort you not as a villain, but as a victor in these very small spaces in which we struggle to make a difference. Sleep well, my brother.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
You'll all speak so long as you keep time.
For this chance to eulogize
2 minutes.
For the loss of our gallant fighter, the Honorable Segirinya Muhammad. It's a big loss for Ugandans, for the family, and particularly to our party, the National Unity Platform. I condole with our party president, and we really appreciate his efforts in guiding sporting talent of this nature. It's a sad day in our politics, in our party. The government has spoken massively with their absence here. They never liked Segirinya when he was alive. And it was going to be surprising if they loved him in his death. Thank you, government, for being honest. Segirinya passed away fighting for a cause. And that cause is still here for us who are still surviving. He was an activist fighting for the well-being of his people, and the people of Kawempe North will be forever happy with the contribution of the Honorable Segirinya to that part of Uganda, and in Uganda in general.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Thank you. One thing I should tell you, members, the country has lost Segirinya. The country has lost Segirinya. Yes, Hajat.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Flavia.
I join colleagues in paying tribute to our colleague. And first, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm surprised that we are not ashamed to come out and brag being part of government, while we know that many times the executive has arrested our people unfairly, while we look on helplessly. Even when we don't believe with them, we just look on helplessly. Right Honorable Speaker, we know members of parliament many times, we give out money to people that approach us. Government trumps up charges against our colleagues just because someone gave money to someone, and then they say he sponsors a killing of people, 50,000 shillings. We should be ashamed to own up such things and say we are part of government, because I know we here do not condone that as parliament. I would like to remind colleagues, probably some of you missed this, that the man lying before here, while he lived, one of his highlights, I'm being quick because of the time, he led a team of people that were mourning loss of a child to a father that had deserted a mother with his child and dropped the body to a father and told him, you deserted the child all his lifetime, now take care of the body. That's the man that is lying here. He associated with people through thick and thin, whatsoever the circumstance that they were. Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament should disassociate itself from the ills of the executive. They arrest people that they know that they are innocent. They only arrested him and incarcerated him just to silence him. They knew he spoke so loudly outside, and they knew how dangerous he would have been if he had been left in parliament. He said we should not say that he's going to rest in peace. He willed we say that he should continue fighting hard. Comrade, fight hard. We shall fight on. We are not going to rest until we secure the victor's crown. Thank you.
One of the friends of Honorable Segirinya, Honorable Sanja. I know why I'm saying a friend.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. First of all, Madam Speaker, yesterday when we received disheartening news, on the passing on of our colleague, the Honorable Segirinya Muhammad, it was very, very unfortunate and so sad. Right Honorable Speaker, I take the opportunity to thank you so much, together with the Parliamentary Commission, for organizing this special sitting where we are paying tribute to our colleague. Colleagues, death is a fact of life, and when it has come, it has come. We cannot run away from it. But I would want to take this opportunity, maybe because of time, first of all, to extend our heartfelt condolences and sympathies to the bereaved family, to the National Unity Platform, Kawempe North constituency, and also Parliament of Uganda upon the loss of our brother. Madam Speaker, allow me share with you two experiences in Honorable Segirinya's life. The Honorable, right here, when he came to Parliament, he was surrounded by several petitions in regard to his academic qualifications. And I closely monitored the matter because I was a friend. I want to go on record thanking the office of the LOP, which was occupied.
Switch on.
I want to go on record thanking the office of the Leader of Opposition, occupied by the immediate former Leader of Opposition, the Right Honorable Matthias Mpuga, the office of the Speaker, and the Uganda Caucus, where I am the General Secretary, because indeed we did a lot in regard to keeping Segirinya as a member of parliament here, because then he was surrounded by so many petitions, as I said, in regard to his academic qualifications. But the experience I want to share with you people here is that Segirinya, and I want to allude to that fact, he was a bold and courageous person. When he was taken to court in regard to academic qualifications, I, for one, even when the matter related to academic qualification, I did not touch his academic documents. He kept giving excuses until a technicality came up. You remember he was served in Kitaria prisons. And the issue was whether or not service can be done through a prison's officer and not to the person themselves. So together with the lawyers, we confirmed and experienced. Councillor Louis Rubongoya confirmed to me that he was just a brilliant man because he himself also was following up the matter. Madam Speaker and honorable members, we lose a person who is very courageous to that extent. He has kept in parliament here. The substantive matter of the petition was not handled, and the matter was decided on a technicality. This is the man lying here. All the grounds, particularly the one of academic, we did not even touch his senior 4, his senior 6, his academic documents. We didn't. He kept telling us, Honorable Sanja, the issue is not the academic ground, the papers. The issue is the technicality. I was in prison when these guys served me. They served the prison's officer and not Segirinya. You argue out that. Not papers, not qualifications. Be serious. The other area of experience, Madam Speaker, I would want to share with you, if time allows. When Honorable Segirinya got some relief, heresy relief from the hospital and was discharged, when he came out, he insisted and he kept telling us that he would stand in 2026. Some of us were worried and probably praying for him to finish the term because the health challenges were really very big. But he kept insisting that he would stand and win. When we talked to the family members, they also tried convincing him, look at your health, not the constituents. But Segirinya was very bold and very courageous to the extent that he was even thinking about the 2026 election. This is the man. But the last appeal I want to make to the family members here, because usually, and I'm always sincere with myself when I decide to, the people of Kawempe North have been very patient with Honorable Segirinya, and indeed he was very appreciative. They never demanded for his representation here, because almost all the time he was in hospital. They never petitioned for whatever reason. Usually in such circumstances, you would find the family sitting where there is a by-election. A family sitting to try and forge a way such that they get a member probably to take on the term and finish this term. For example, I would appeal to the family. I humbly appeal, just in case such a thing comes up. Let's be holy and give the people of Kawempe North, as well as Ugandans, to decide their fate on the representation. I thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
God bless.
Honourable Member, thank you. We have a condolence message from the Parliamentary Circle. Enclosed is 1 million shillings from the Parliamentary Circle. I also have a condolence message from the Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Thank you. And then in the VIP gallery, we have the former Member of Parliament of Kawempe, Hali Haj Sebagala Latif, who was here with us in the 10th Parliament. Honorable Asumani, Seungu Asuman, Chairman Buganda Caucus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm also in support of the motion. And the time I've been here, at one time, Madam Speaker, a former Attorney General was brought to Parliament.
Honourable members, listen to Honourable Seungu.
Was brought to Parliament to pay tribute, but his body could not access the chambers. I want to thank you very much for that courage you've put in to have Segirinya brought here. Motions of this nature, Madam Speaker, always when the leader of government business is moving a motion, normally he gives the cause of death. He will give you the medical history. For example, when you talk about Segirinya, what happened when he went to prison up the time he was bailed out. And it's not a surprise. That's why I'm thanking you. Of course, what could the Prime Minister give us here as head of government business? So her absence here is not a challenge on us. Because members of Parliament have been with since we began the 11th Parliament. Ever since these two members were arrested, we have always been together. And honourable members, I want to thank you for that spirit across board. Madam Speaker, I don't know how it happened. My former boss, the leader of opposition, Matthias Mpuga, my boss now, and the chief whip assigned me duties to see how Segirinya's papers would be processed. And I did that work very diligently under your guidance. I cannot forget thanking someone, a gentleman called Mr. Arthur Mugabe. Mr. Arthur Mugabe has always been in the opposition. He's among those people who was helping us to move all documents around. The clerk of parliament. The clerk of parliament. I used to call him several times about the challenges and the documents for when I was Segirinya. The mother of Segirinya, the family, the legal team, when I was Marende, Madam Speaker, is not around. They did a commendable job. Madam Speaker, I remember when I came to your office at the time of the arrest, I cannot...
Madam Speaker, order. We are not comfortable.
You don't switch on the microphone and start talking.
I cannot emphatically say what exactly happened when I came to you, but at least we did good work. I spent all the time, at least every week, I used to visit these people in prison. It was very painful. Segirinya was a friend. And the Honorable Selko Muhammad, I don't know where he is the one who made us learn Segirinya in the 9th Parliament. Whenever we were traveling out for sports, East African Games, Segirinya was moving with the Honorable Selko. That's how I think he got interested in joining politics and others.
Clerk, whoever is drilling anything must stop. The House is sitting.
Lastly, Madam Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank the ministers who have endeavored to be here. Thank you so much. That's courageous, because this kind of cuts across. May he so rest in peace. I can't go beyond that.
Thank you. Haji.
I want to thank you. And on behalf of the Muslim Parliamentary Caucus that I chair, I want to extend our deepest condolences to the family and also to stand in support of the motion. Right, Honourable Speaker, I will not claim to know Honourable Segirinya so much, but what I can confirm is that we've been together for the last 12 years. When the Honorable Segirinya reverted to Islam, he came to my law firm. I am the one who made the deed poll. That made sure he comes from Richard to Muhammad. When he undertook to join political activism, he knew he needed legal rescue. And for all the time, he has had troubles with police and the courts. Even before he came to Parliament with the Honorable Sewanyana there, they were very good clients in our law firm. Right, Honourable Speaker, when the Honourable Segirinya wanted to advance his education, because I had lectured in the Islamic University in the Faculty of Law, it is me who advised him to go and study from IUIU, and even helped to secure for him an admission. And I'm also aware that you've been also contributing to his tuition. But right, Honourable Speaker, how shall we remember the Honourable Segirinya? There are two things, and I'm happy that now the Minister for National Guidance is here. The only contribution we can make for the Honourable Segirinya is to withdraw all court cases against the remaining accused persons. I know, right, Honourable Speaker, I know that under the law, when an accused person dies, automatically the case will terminate. But remember, he had co-accused. And one of them is our colleague here. And it's really very apparent that up to now, and the others, I think about 7 or 8, something like that. So the only way we can give justice to the Honourable Segirinya is to withdraw unconditionally all the charges against the co-accused. Because, as we have said, there is really no evidence against that, and I am glad that the Honourable Minister was here to apologize. Secondly, right, Honourable Speaker, it is also important for us to appreciate where the Honourable Segirinya has come from and those who stood with him. When we were in popular resistance against life presidents under the leadership of the Honourable Mwanga Chivumbi, the Honourable Segirinya were the people that were amplifying our voices at that time, because we were opposed to the removal of age limit. Well, you people here, we are saying it should actually go. It was the Segirinyas at the time. As Segirinya has been my MP, because one of my families, one of my wives and the children stay in Kawempe, and he's been one of my MPs. We've been going to the same mosque in Kawempe Mbogo. So as a constituent, we've lost a very meaningful, a very contributive member of Parliament. And right, Honourable Speaker, we want to thank you for the support that you've given. I am aware of the dynamics that led to bringing this person, Honourable Segirinya, here, and we have had to compromise some of the Islamic principles, but I know you stood with the family, and we are really very grateful. And as we usually say, people, Speaker, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, from Allah we came and to him we return. But there is a history, right, Honourable Speaker. And that history, briefly, Allah says, وَبَشِّرُ صَابِرِينَ الَّذِينَ إِذَا صَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. Give glad tidings to those who, when they are before such a calamity, remember that from Allah we came and to him we return. So, and I thought as chairman of the Muslim caucus, I would dedicate on that aspect why it is so. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Saba Christo. After Honorable Chivumbi, then we shall have our Saba Christo, the representative of the Catholic.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. For on my own behalf and on the behalf of the Buganda Parliamentary Caucus, Honorable Segirinya, up to last month, for all his difficulties, he was subscribing to the organization. Right, Honorable Speaker, a lot has been spoken about Honorable Segirinya that I don't need to repeat. But Honorable Segirinya, Right, Honorable Speaker, how did he become an MP? And why is he here? We had just started a young party, barely 5 months. And the party was faced with a difficult choice in Kawempe North. The incumbent MP, my brother, Honorable Latif Sebagala, was also seeking a re-election. The organizing secretary of the party, my brother Sulaiman Chidandala, was also seeking the party ticket. And the humble Segirinya. Now the party had a choice to make. But in one of the discussions, and I hope the president will excuse me for doing this, in one, Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu of the National Unity Platform. In one of the discussions, and I think together with the Secretary General and the leadership of the party, we asked a fundamental question. What is the National Unity Platform for? And what does it represent? And whom does it serve? It boiled down, Right Honorable Speaker, it boiled down that the National Unity Platform was for the downtrodden, for the commonest of people. And we asked, who are the people that represent them? And there was no debate. Honorable Segirinya represented what the best of our party represented. And in virtue of that, a decision was taken to give him the party ticket. And from that, he became a member of parliament. So we would like to thank the president of the National Unity Platform and the leadership of the National Unity Platform for taking a bold decision that finally gave us Honorable Segirinya. Right Honorable Speaker, I've known him since he was a young man. We trained quite a number of young people. And I think I was asking Asmani Basalirwa whether he attended our training every Saturday, by then at the Democratic Party. So many MPs had gone through that. And that's why the National Unity Platform also is having a school to train young people. And there was an attempt by the authorities that be to close that school. The only way we can have more of the Segirinya is to pick them up and train them, mentor them, and give them to the country called Uganda. And we hope to continue doing the same. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, let's be courageous enough. Maybe Segirinya, maybe, would have lived longer. Had the authorities, and especially, let's be bold, had the president not intimidated the judiciary. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, General, he brought judiciary to the extent that the judicial officials feared to give bail to Segirinya and his likes. Let us speak true to Mr. Museveni. Let us speak true to the powers that be. That what is given in the Constitution cannot be taken away by a declaration. Uganda cannot return to the days of Idi Amin. The attempts now to take away bond, bail, for whatever nature, courtesy of the pronouncements of the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and we must say enough is enough. Honorable Segirinya, rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. I want to where Segirinya came from before he came to know. Council Yusuf. Council Yusuf. Yeah, I'll come to Saba Christo. Council Yusuf. I am going to give you people to speak.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable
When I tell you I know Segirinya more than some of you. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Honorable members, I also condole the family on behalf of the FDC party, where I'm the whip, and where we nurtured and mentored Segirinya. I can actually family say passed through our hands. He was part of the young activists who are trained to have a change for the better for this country. And most times you would actually see Segirinya behind all pictures where Dr. Besigye was leading that crusade. As their patron, Segirinya was always very humble and obedient to all instructions of change. Without any pay, he was actually volunteering. And with young men like Walidi, these are people you could just call on and say, please do this, go do this, don't do this. And they were really obedient. So for the country and those seeking for change, it is a very big loss. However, Segirinya has not died in vain. All his shortcomings, especially academic, notwithstanding, he was always available for the poor and needy. In fact, when he converted to Islam, I can firmly say to my boss, Honorable Asman, he consulted me and one Haji called Matov in Wandegea. And he said, I want to convert to Islam because this faith is for the poor and needy. I said that cannot be the only consideration. You should also think about hereafter. I said, no, let me start with that. So when he started that school, he also contacted me through a doctor called Dr. Umar, who is at that hospital opposite the golf course near Fairway. And he said, the little money that I've gotten, I want to put it in this hospital for the poor. So I think, as the right honourable speaker pointed out, we fail to address that. We are all seeking for votes for self-aggrandizement. But you can see a man with a poor background, but thinking about the community. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. On behalf of the FDC, we shall miss him, but we shall carry on with the crusade that he anticipated to see, and we promise change will come.
Francis, then Lucy.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the man lying before us here, the late now Honourable Segirinya, it is indeed very painful to the country at large that we've lost such a darling of the people. Honourable Segirinya has been a very close friend, very close to me, because there are very many things we have in common. He's an activist, he has been one, and I have been one as well. And I am still one.
And you're still one.
Right Honourable Speaker, it's been unfortunate this morning that still government was unable to stand with Segirinya. Because we all believe and know during his political life, especially MPship, it has been persecution from still this government. But I need to beseech the government and still call upon the government that there is still time. You can stand with Honourable Segirinya in just two ways. First and foremost, to drop the charges, but most importantly, to bail out all the political prisoners in prisons in Uganda. I've always been, for the 2 years Honourable Segirinya and Honourable Sewanyana spent in prison, I put down all my nice suits, just like one I've put on today, and decided to wear free all political prisoners, written on all my clothes. For those 2 years, I call upon government to free all political prisoners, but most importantly, to bail them out as they are being tried for us what we call the persecution. That is very simple. But most importantly, General Museveni can still do something very, very, very great to the people of Uganda for this reason. Because Ugandans believe Honorable Segirinya died because of Mr. Museveni intimidating the judiciary not to bail out Honorable Segirinya. Everyone believes that. So let General Museveni at least this time give Ugandans the most important gift and not stand in 2026. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, as we pay our tribute, one thing that we must not forget, that Honorable, just like even the Lord had said, Honorable Segirinya had his long illness. Let's not forget that. Maybe there was a lapse somewhere, but he had his long illness. Lucy, then Honorable Kawalia, then I come this side also.
Thank you.
You're going to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to pay tribute to a colleague. My deepest condolence to the family. Madam Speaker, I am going to speak on basically 2 issues. One, what do I learn from this friend of ours? When God gives you an opportunity, use it to the fullest. You don't need 100 years to make a change. And that is exactly what Honorable Muhammad did. 2, I want to repeat the words of the Archbishop Emeritus, John Baptist Odama. On the 14th of December last year, 2024, when he was celebrating his 50th priestly anniversary in Gulu Cathedral, these were his appeal to the government of Uganda, that please, in the interest of peace in this country, release political prisoners who have been in prison, who have been in remand without proper trial. These were his words. If you go back, you can watch this video. This was an appeal from the man of peace himself. And on that day, he launched a very important book entitled, Stop Fighting, Start Talking. How I wish as a country we would talk more and stop fighting. We would have less death. I know my brother had his my brother had an illness, but if he was helped properly, maybe in time he would not be where he is. Personally, I visited Chitalia. I visited some of the political prisoners. I am telling you, if you're not strong-hearted, you will not stay there for long. None of us wants to be there. And I don't pray that any of us ends up there. And what you do for yourself, actually, we should practice what we call self-love. If you don't want it to be done to you, don't do it to somebody else.
Thank you.
As a Catholic, I am proud of my brother. Yes, he converted to Islam. But, Madam Speaker, I am reliably informed.
But the whole family is Catholic.
Yes, that's what I was coming to. He accepted that the rest of the family can maintain. And that is, for me, the spirit of ecumenism and harmony in the family. Thank you so much. May God bless you. And as a Catholic, I think Archangel Michael has just recruited an army man. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. In the VIP gallery, we have Honorable Akol Rose Okulu, the member of the East African Legislative Assembly, and she's also my very good voter. Thank you. Honorable Kawalia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
It is still your people speaking. Why don't you speak?
I rise to pay tribute to our fallen comrade, whom I got to know in 2007 through activism. We used to share a lot, but again, I also got the opportunity to serve with him at City Hall. When we had just joined in 2016, he was a member of the Standing Committee of Physical Planning, which I was chairing at that time, but it was always fun. We joined KCCA when it had a lot of challenges, most especially when it came to trade order. There's a time when the former executive director of Kampala, then Jennifer Msisi, wanted to send off all the boys who were operating on the streets of Kampala when government had no plan to relocate them. We fought tirelessly with him. For those who remember, that is when he committed himself, also turned himself to be a market vendor. He had passion for the common man, no wonder. God, I want to thank the Almighty God who turned Honorable Segirinya from the lowest of the low. We used to share a lot, and we had so many issues in common. One of them is that we had both lost our dear fathers when we were still very young. His commitment to fight for freedom for this country was real. For those who think that Honorable Segirinya was a comedian, it is very wrong. He wanted to see a new Uganda, purged for defilement, but he was always being charged for fighting for the common man. I call upon all leaders in this country, let us try to put our country first, as how Honorable Segirinya has always been doing. We are going to miss him, most especially as the people of Kampala. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, when we are contesting for KCCA speakership for the first time, I contested with him. But he never had any personal vendetta with me. We stayed friends, and I recall even after the elections, he approached me and told me, okay, you have challenged me, but again, I want to serve on your council. We trusted him with the chairperson of the Public Health Committee, and for those who remember him, he spent almost a month running all places of Kampala, celebrating on how he was being appointed as the chairperson of the Standing Committee of Public Health. We are going to miss you. May your soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Nambose, then we can have Honorable Kinovere, Honorable Macho, Honorable Evander, Propua, then the Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the motion before this House. And I want to appreciate you, Right Honorable Speaker, for appointing this day and time to give Parliament a moment to send off our brother with honor. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here as one of the MPs who has been sick most of this term. And I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for standing with us and making sure that we get treatment both locally and internationally. Right Honorable Speaker, some people think that it is fun to travel for treatment, especially people outside there. As much as we sympathize with other Ugandans who cannot afford to go for specialized treatment outside the country, I want to tell colleagues that it is quite very difficult and very challenging to be seeking treatment outside one's country. In certain areas, you are greatly limited by the fact that not every other locality where you seek treatment that people understand the English. And it is not easy to leave one's family and go camp in another foreign country. People end up mocking us, demonizing us, including colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker. That's why I want to thank you specifically for standing with us and just one more. Right Honorable Speaker, having said that, I want also to remind this House that we passed money to construct Lubowa Hospital. We had been told that that work would be completed in 2 years. It is now several years after, and Lubowa Hospital still remains a dream. There are so many other Ugandans who lack specialized treatment, but it is very difficult for one to go through the medical council to get the money, and even just the element of getting an airline that accepts to transport a sick person from Uganda. It is very, very difficult to get that airline to accept to take one when you are sick. Lastly, I want to request colleagues not to join the president in his quest to abolish bond, police bond, and bail. The presumption of innocence should always remain, because, Madam Speaker, it is so sad when you have to battle a disease while at the same time battling for your freedom. A whole medical doctor from the prisons gave Honorable Segirinya a recommendation that if this man is not let out of the prison, he will suffer consequences that will be fatal. It is so sad that even at one time these people were released and then kidnapped back to the prison. I think this is one moment where you people in government should stand up and say sorry. I understand Muslims, when they are going to be buried, they even call those people.
Thank you. Honorable Kinovere.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Chibuko County, on my own behalf, I join my colleagues and the entire country as we pay tribute to our foreign colleague, Honorable Segirinya. Right Honorable Speaker, personally, I knew Honorable Segirinya as the moment we joined the 11th Parliament. But initially, I could follow his political issues because he's my area MP in Kawempe, much as I don't represent Kawempe. Speaker, when we came here, Honorable Segirinya asked me something. Actually, that day was with Honorable Bashir. He came to me and asked me, Honorable Chinovere, I hear you have a hospital. I want to put up a small hospital for my people. And I was like, isn't this a way of Honorable Segirinya, because I've been following you? I said, no, I want to come and visit your hospital. I want to benchmark. I wasn't hesitant. He visited my hospital. When he came to my hospital, he said, no, this is what I want something simple. This is too big for me. But I want something where people can be able to come, get free services. Women can be able to come and get antenatal, because sometimes our government hospitals are congested. He said, no, but you can copy leave, then you adjust accordingly. I want to thank Honorable Segirinya. He went ahead, came up with a very simple facility, just in Chebando here. He even asked me, come and visit my facility. Indeed, I went and visited that facility. I visited that facility in Chebando. It was a very simple setup, fully licensed, with qualified health workers. Just only 1 minute. People who were going to that facility, they were not only opposition,
it was about service delivery. So I pray that however the technical person was managing that facility, we should not kill it. Let it remain there to serve our people.
Thank you.
Sickness has no border. Honorable Speaker, we continue to pray that may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Macho.
Thank you. Madam Speaker and my colleagues.
We are going to reduce to 1 minute.
Madam Speaker and colleagues, I'll speak in the Busia style. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I join my colleagues and the rest of the country to pay a tribute to the lost hero. Honorable Segirinya was a great friend because he had character of the people of Busia border. I would say so because he was a leader who had qualities that voters want. Madam Speaker, you have given me 1 minute, but in Busia, heroes don't die. Honorable Segirinya, honorable update. I want you to update God about this situation. That Uganda, we are a country which in this century, we are still talking about denying our people bail and bond. Honorable Segirinya, the second update to God. Tell him that this is a country which is still taking civilians in military courts. Honorable Segirinya, update number 3. Report to God how you have been belonging to a mingled political party which is not organized. Honorable Segirinya, lastly, I want you to request God to bless the Speaker and the Commissioners for the support they have given you. And also request God to allow the Speaker to be the second National Vice Chairperson for our party because of her good heart. Lastly, Madam Speaker and my colleagues, words of living people when they are dead must be taken seriously. Madam Speaker, Honorable Segirinya, when he was still alive, there are some people he on his grave. Those people are now crying more than the relatives of Segirinya. Moreover, Segirinya, before he died, he told them, you authored a letter saying I am not sick, don't step on my grave.
Let's have order.
The words of Segirinya must be taken seriously.
Can you all sit?
Yes. You are for protection. When Honorable Segirinya was still sick, there are words he spoke, and I want those words to be respected on his grave. Madam Speaker, Honorable Segirinya, there are some people he listed in his party that they should never step on his grave because they ushered a letter saying he's pretending that he is sick. These people should not step on the grave of Segirinya because I saw them yesterday, Madam Speaker, when they are crying more. Why are they crying more than the relatives of Segirinya?
Thank you.
Why are they crying, Madam Speaker? I therefore request the imams who will lead the prayers to ban.
Honorable Banda. Honorable Banda. Honorable Banda, I'll give you some makula.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. And on behalf of people of Untoroko and Rwenzori region, I also join colleagues in paying tribute to our fallen comrade, Honorable Segirinya. The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you in a special way for standing with your members. You are a very exceptional leader I've seen in this country. May God bless you.
Amen.
And 2, the Right Honorable Speaker,
can we have order?
I joined Parliament. I was in the 10th Parliament. Thank God that now I'm in the 11th Parliament. When I met Honorable Segirinya, the man is humble, respectful. I didn't know about it because I used to see him on TV. I knew that he's chaotic. But when I met him here, the man was humble, respectful. You can't believe that was Segirinya we used to see on TV. So it means the man lived a humble life, sense of humor, which really call upon all of us as members of parliament to be humble
and down to earth.
And down to earth. And two, constructing or setting up a health facility. That Honorable Speaker, some colleagues give reasons that I'm a first time in parliament, I haven't known what to do, but Honorable Segirinya proved that statement wrong. That within few months in parliament, he had to do something that was very impactful to his people. And lastly, it's about women. The Right Honorable Speaker, in this country, women are really suffering. Many families are being led now by women. Even in my constituencies, I've focused more on women because women are taking the burden. So focusing on women, empowering women was the way to go. And lastly, the Right Honorable Speaker, despite our political differences, but we are one family. We are one people. We should never at one time see each other as enemies. For me in this parliament, even the opposition, we are brothers, we are sisters. Never at one time shall we look at each other as enemies, because we are Ugandans, we are leaders, we have one family parliament. I wish my colleague, the comrade.
Thank you. Actually, because of the way we work in parliament, yesterday, when you didn't see the leader of opposition, I deployed the leader of opposition whole day in Zambia. I mean in Rubaga. So somebody will say, why was the leader of opposition not there when they are passing the national budget, national development plan? But it's because it was deployed. I have had those sentiments. Yes, Propua.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as we send our condolences to the family, the party leaders of where Honorable Segirinya belonged.
Propua is Honorable Tinka Simire Barnabas.
We are here with a heavy heart about the death of our colleague, Honorable Segirinya. Honorable Segirinya, we met in Chevando, where I do some business, and he was consulting. I love your style of leadership as a member of parliament, belonging to a party, and you are able to tell them the truth. And he said, I want to join you. I told him that you are most welcome, but you have to do ABCD. I told him you have to prepare yourself to actually be that member of parliament who will not be compromised when you come in parliament. And we agreed that he could start as a councillor at KCCA, get some money to support himself, such that when he is on the floor, when he joins parliament, he's a bit decent, not to rush for this money, you know, the money that I'm talking about, and such that you can survive that blackmail. I am very, very happy that what we discussed from my business place in Chevando is what exactly Honorable Segirinya did. He came to parliament with a vision of looking at the poor people. Allow me to another minute to eulogize a leader that we share the vision. He belonged to the opposition, but he shared the vision that I share of looking at the ordinary person. And indeed, he demonstrated it even when he was in opposition. Right Honorable Speaker, I am saddened that he is dying in the crossfire of intolerant politics, where he would have received medical attention and he was denied bail, even when he cried that he should be allowed to go for treatment. That's very, very sad. Even when we say he has not been killed. In law, there is a principle, thin sick principle, where you must explain somebody who is weak when he disappears in your hands. And this is what has happened to Muhammadi, and the community is asking us as government, could we not have done better? I know, Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament did their best, but you did it too late, because this man required that treatment at the right time. It was too much already on him, that you were just now literally like wasting resources, because the time had run out. I will pray, going forward, that government should be sensitive on the rights of people they have sent on remand. If they seek bail to go for treatment, they must know that bail is part of Article 28
Switch on.
Of fair hearing. Because if I am in custody of police, I am on remand in prisons, it does not take away my right to defend myself. And it is during that bail time that I can prepare my defense. Now we have Dr. Kiza Besigye in prison. How many times is this government going to imprison Dr. Kiza Besigye? Have we not had enough of imprisoning Dr. Kiza Besigye? If he died in prison, what would we explain to this country? What would we explain to this country? Why can't we produce him in courts where it's supposed to be produced? There are several constitutional rulings, even to the Supreme Court level, requiring that civilians should be tried in military, in civil courts. Why is he still being tried in the military court? This type of torture to receive coffins of Ugandans is not the type of politics that I would want to practice when I'm a member of parliament of the ruling party. I want to engage and win an election, not by military institutions and coercion.
Thank you, Aleper.
May you rest in eternal peace. Segirinya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for affording me this opportunity to pay tribute to the late Honorable Segirinya. Many people have spoken about how they came to know him, and personally, the closest I came to know him is through the video excerpts I watched when we were migrating from analog. That's the time I saw someone passing his message. He didn't care whether the English was not fluent. He would pass the message and everyone would really pick it. And I think that's what we require. Sometimes we really feel we must package the information we want to pass in a specific way. But what matters is if the other side of the communication platform can get it. That's the closest I got to it. Everyone has spoken that actually the time he spent in Parliament was so short. But probably and most likely, he has done a lot more than most of us here for their constituency. He has really. You can show the litany of achievements that have been narrated. And I think that's something that's so commendable that we should appreciate of him. But I want to say most importantly, we are here as representatives of the people, representing people with our parties. But I think the most important thing that we are humans, and our service delivery is the humanity. And I think Honorable Segirinya has done this. He has done service to humanity, given the short time. It is not the time that we spend in a place that matters. It's the best that we can do, which I think he has done. May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. Sechi, Uda, Bunyoro, Imam. Minister, you'll speak last.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I rise to pay my condolences to the family of the late Honorable Muhammad Segirinya, the relatives, friends, and colleagues, members of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker and members, we yet stand here under very, very difficult circumstances of paying tribute to a Honourable Member of Parliament who walked to this House and was sworn in but has not served even one term to its completion. It is sad. And to me, I'm looking at the circumstances that has led to his demise. Right Honourable Speaker and members, it isn't the late Honourable Segirinya in these circumstances alone, but all of us are potential detainees, all of us. I know for sure I was supposed to have been arrested on the 13th of December last year under framed up charges. There are strong people in this country had written a report and submitted it to the president, accusing me of murder, accusing me of land grabbing, and all sorts of things. And there is a private secretary to the president, one Susan Kasinje, whom the president had invited us to attend that meeting in State House. But he excluded me and allowed my accusers to be before the president. And they made their case. And they went through their channels to write reports, say, Your Excellency, we are waiting your orders. But fortunately, the president thought twice. He sent another set of investigators and the CID headquarters, where I would have been arrested for murder. Not one person, but 3 persons. And all that. But the point I'm trying to raise is that the state is a leviathan, huge, with many actors. The president comes in, being the one on top, and who really, in the circumstances, bears responsibility. But in most cases, there are those who work behind the scenes, and they write such reports, and they frame up people, innocent people, like we have the Segirinya. Why must the arresting officers and the prosecution arrest, then start investigations? Ideally, why don't you investigate, have a case, and then you arrest so that the accused can have his day in court or her day in court? And this we are failing. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, the profile of Uganda as a country is going down because of such incidents. It is. And why on earth, what is Dr. Besigye doing in those military cells? These are the issues. Must we have another person to die under these circumstances? Why are we doing so badly, Madam Speaker and members? I think these should be learning experiences. That's why, with a sad heart, I shouldn't be standing here. Probably I would also be in very similar circumstances. Right Honourable Speaker and members, yes, death is a must. But his must have been exacerbated by his long stay on remand in jail. And even the judiciary abandoned its cardinal mission of being the temple of justice. We must check all ourselves. Those agencies within government who write and give fake reports and end up embarrassing the president, and then end up embarrassing government and embarrassing all of us. Because for the last 2 years, when they were in detention, why didn't the state adduce evidence and have them produced before courts of law? And also, I want to agree with Honorable Nambozi.
this tinkering with the constitution on provisions that are critical to Ugandans. Why must you remove bail, yet you know the investigative machinery of the country is still nascent? It isn't solid. Why must you move against the bond in a country where the state institutions and apparatus are still fragile? So I think we need to take caution as members of parliament. We are not doing, internationally, we are not doing well. Our rating is going down, and now culminating into the abduction of Besigye. He's now being tried in Makindye. We can't find the way out. Looking at Dr. Besigye behind bars with his big eyes, you can't look at the photos again. It is a disgrace to this.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. In the VIP gallery, we have Honorable Muyanja Senyonga. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. We also have a condolence message to the family of the late Segirinya from the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and enclosed is 2 million shillings. We'll pass on the document, and Honorable Aisha, you'll make sure that this money is delivered since you're a member of the pension. And then we also have a condolence message to the family of Honorable Diri Babadiri, Margaret. Also enclosed is 2 million shillings. This money should be rerouted to the family. I had the Honorable Uda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to join members to pay tribute to late Muhammad. Right Honorable Speaker, I didn't really come closely to late Muhammad, but I just know him in social media. In this house, we are more than 500 people now. But because Honorable Segirinya was very active, almost all the members of parliament know him. While we have stayed here for 4 years, we still don't know ourselves, each other. But because he was very active, he made sure that everybody knows him. And really that is his contribution. Some of us will finish the 5 years here. You get in the streets and you don't know each other and you pass by. But nobody could do that one for Honorable Segirinya. Right Honorable Speaker, the faith I subscribe to, that is Islam, strongly believes that you only die when it is your day. And it also says that when God designed that human beings would die, he directed angel Gabriel that you will be the one to get off the spirit from the person. But when Gabriel feared, he said, how will I do it? He said, I will help you to do it. And he has arranged it, like the one for Segirinya. He arranged it that time will come, you will pass. But for me to believe that you have passed because you overstayed in jail, and the opportunity of the right, I will make sure that you remain in the jail. Then Gabriel will come and take the spirit. Then people will say you died because of this. But if you are a believer, you will know that it is the time. That's why we have passed. And for us, that is it. Unless you are not a Muslim, there are Muslims here who will support what I'm saying. But if you are not a Muslim, then please keep quiet. Allow the Muslims to talk. Right Honorable Speaker, for us as Muslims, when somebody passes, there are rituals that we must follow. And one of them is the respect that you give for the person who died. There are prayers that we must do. There are even a guidance of how you acknowledge the person who passes. so that when you talk, you also get a thwab, and the person you talk for also get a thwab. Now this is what we are supposed to do for our brother here. He has suffered with the sickness for long, but now we must do all these rituals, like the prayers that we must do, and we must continue to pray that even if he had his shortcomings, we ask God to forgive him and give him a Jannah, because that's all where we are going to. My brother Muhammad, may you rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you. Bunyora Affairs.
Right,
Imam.
Honorable Speaker, and mourn for our own friend. We should
Can
be
you
given an
sit?
opportunity to mourn.
Can you sit?
Just
He's
because
a
you don't
member
want-
of parliament. He's a member of parliament of this house.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the people of Chibuku, whom I represent in this house, and the people of Bunyoro, where I'm deployed as a minister, I bring my condolences, especially to you, Right Honorable Speaker, the House, Mama Segirinya and the family, the people of Kawempe North. It's very, very unfortunate that we are losing a younger person.
I pity when some people start behaving funny on a special sitting. I really pity. This Honorable Segirinya belongs to this house, not to a party. When you're in the house here, and I am balancing the sides. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
By the way, I have the power even to adjourn the house. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Segirinya is one of the people I admired. He was a very courageous person. One time I saw Honorable Segirinya when a younger lady lost a baby, and the purported father was refusing to bury that child. Honorable Segirinya carried a dead child in a coffin on his head and looked for that man. To bury the child. That kind of courage is rare. But also, Honorable Segirinya was a serious mobilizer. Even in his constituency, he loved his voters. You remember when he offered that every woman that delivers was entitled to offers. But also building a health facility. Colleagues, you all remember, or you know, service delivery in terms of health provision is not cheap. For one to build a facility, buy drugs,
let's be brief, we are
pay
running
the
out of
medical
time.
workers is not easy. So I salute Honorable Segirinya. It's a big loss to the country. May God sustain the bereaved family.
Thank you. Honorable Imam of the Mosque, Honorable Mpindi, Mitiana, Gorete, and then Semakula.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
But I thought you're on one side. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to add my voice to the rest of the members and condole with the family and the people of Kawempe North constituency for the demise of our brother, the late Honorable Muhammad Segirinya. As the Imam of the Muslim Parliamentary Caucus, we have lost a committed and a dedicated brother whom we thought would interact with and contribute a lot to the act. But we thank Allah that gave him this time on earth and for all that he has managed to do while alive. Right Honorable Speaker,
death is a menu that everybody will test, regardless of status, whether a member of parliament, whether a common man outside there, everybody will have to test that menu. And whoever wishes death for others, just to know that at any time it will knock on your door.
Thank you.
I had an opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, during COVID. I visited the two people in Kigo prison as the imam, and I had an interaction of about an hour. What surprised me was that even at that time, when he was in prison, he unveiled to me a detailed plan of his dream that he wanted to implement in his constituency. I was so surprised as someone who was in prison, who was thinking so much about the people in his constituency. That means he had a lot of passion for the people he was serving. Nevertheless, even when he was released,
Honorable members, 1 minute.
his health had deteriorated and he would not implement that plan. May the Almighty Allah pardon him for his shortcomings and give him
Thank you.
Jannah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, being a resident of Kawempe, I have a lot to talk about Segirinya. But you have given me 1 minute, and I want to use it in just two things. One, members have submitted, but Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Segirinya, has a family. And as you've heard, his family is not doing well. He has left children, and we are almost concluding the debate without devising means of helping the family, the children. I want to propose that as we pass the resolution, we include a clause that this parliament find means of helping the children of the Honorable Segirinya. That is one. And then two, I know as members of parliament we have a norm of contributing to members who have died. I pray that as members of parliament, each of us contribute 500,000 and we get some money to support the family, especially the wives of Honorable Segirinya, to take on the mantle that Segirinya was taking on. The children of Segirinya. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, if that is done, I will be a very happy man. I saw...
Can you conclude?
Right Honorable Speaker, the clerk was taking your attention, but my proposal, we contribute either 500, one member is telling me 1 million, 500 each member.
You know, when we pass a resolution here to contribute for Honorable Jacob, you are the same people. You are the same people who went in the streets, who started bashing the speaker, who started doing the what. My proposal is, let's contribute personally. Let's contribute. For me, I can take up 1 kid and educate 1 kid in my school. After this, look for me and I will take up 1 kid. Nagrinya, where is Nagrinya? In which class? Exactly. I will pay your fees and I will take you to my school for secondary.
Right, Honorable Speaker,
yes.
Thank you so much. And I want to conclude by thanking you for what you've done to Honorable Segirinya and what you've done to members of parliament without discriminating the political belief, the size, the constituency. Thank you so much. Thank you, and may you reign forever.
Amen.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Goreti Semakula.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to first of all appreciate Segirinya's mother and his brother, Kasaga, because, Right Honorable Speaker, when someone faces challenges,
many times even your family can abandon you. Segirinya and the Honorable Sewanyana were incarcerated. I went to Masaka where they were brought to court. I went to Luzira. I went to Chigo. He began to be sick, and I went to Nsambia. I went to Nairobi and Lubaga, and those two were constant. Thank you so much for being there for Honorable Segirinya. Right Honorable Speaker, I met Segirinya when I was still a journalist, and this is what I wanted to say about Segirinya. The Honorable Segirinya was very authentic, he was real, he was genuine, he was honest, even in times of his need. Because when I met him, he used to call on radio stations as Dobozire Chebando. And one time when I was doing a story about those radiophone callers, I spoke to him, I spoke to Makolo Kavuma and Dubachoya. And he was demonstrating to me about what they used to do to get through, because I was asking them, how come you people are so constant on the radio stations? And he showed me about 8 phones. He would call at the same time, whichever went through first, he would speak. That was Segirinya. Then, I remember the time he used to be with Dr. Kiza Besije. In fact, it's very sad that Colonel Kiza Besije is in prison, because Segirinya was always with Colonel Kiza Besije. And then he would come to me. At a certain point, I was an editor of a TV station. So he would come to me and beg. And kindly, let me finish.
Honorable members, we have run out of time because the body must go for Juma prayers.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I take this opportunity to appreciate you, your office, the office of the Leader of Opposition.
That is the size-mate, yes.
And all honorable colleagues, members of Parliament, for standing with the Honorable Segirinya during this moment.
Thank you.
Every one of you has appreciated the works of Honorable Segirinya. But I want to remind you that that is the responsibility of government. Right Honorable Speaker, we should put appropriate resources in the area of medical. He has bought CT scans. That is not our responsibility. This is why we are suffering out there. That is social corporate responsibility that you should do at leisure. So government should take on its responsibility of doing basic services to this government. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Honorable Semakula, Honorable Minister.
Dear women within Parliament and outside there, we
Ladies.
appreciate you.
Ladies.
Basing on what the mother of Honorable Segirinya, the late Honorable Segirinya, has done. In the holy book of the Bible, in the book of Ecclesiastes, it is written, there is time for everything. There is time to be born and time to die. There is time to be happy and a time to be sad. However, my special message goes to the judiciary. Dear our land friends, where did your Ubuntu go? In Uganda, we know bail is not a privilege. It is a right. But these days we hear you are working under decrees. Where did your Ubuntu go? Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we appreciate all you give to members, all whatever you give to members of Parliament. But however, as we Parliament, we should work for free medical insurance for every Ugandan, regardless of your status. May your soul rest eternal peace.
Flavia, then Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Flavia, your minute is going.
Thank you. Sincere condolences to the family of the Honorable Segirinya. May God rest his soul in peace. I really want to bring to light 2 scenarios that particularly caught my attention. One was for the mother of Honorable Segirinya, when she wailed in court at some point, when Honorable Segirinya exposed his foot that had been tortured in court and was requesting to be released so that he could go and get medication. The mother wailed loudly in court. Unfortunately, pleading to the magistrate to release her son so that she could go for, unfortunately, he was never released. A second scenario was when the mother wept, crying, coming to Parliament to ask the Speaker and to ask members of Parliament to intercede so that her son could be released.
Thank you.
Those two scenarios come to light, and I want to ask the people that are watching us right now, eulogize Honorable Segirinya, what they think about the children of Honorable Segirinya and the parents of Honorable Segirinya. Had they been in the position of those two, what would they have done? Where do they think their kids are going to go? How do they think their kids are going to look at the children of the tortured Segirinya's children? Which country are we passing on, and are we passing on to our children? Honorable Segirinya, fight hard. May your soul rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister. You people, I don't want to get a curse when the body is not prayed for.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members. I rise to support the motion to pay tribute to our foreign colleague, and on behalf of the people of Chinchiz East, I convey condolences to the family, the mother, and the family of Segirinya, Honorable, to you, the Speaker of Parliament, and all members of Parliament, because this is our colleague, to the members of the National Unity Platform Party where he belonged, and the entire opposition, and the people of Kawempe North, whom he represented in this House. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Segirinya made his name through activism, and many of us knew him before coming to Parliament, because he was very active in the public space, and people would always say, that man might end up in the Parliament, as if he should not be in the Parliament, and indeed he came to the House. When he came to the House, he was a member of Parliament who reached out to anybody and everybody, irrespective of where you stood. For instance, he approached me and said, Honorable Baryomus, I know you from the public. I have a wife who hails from your constituency in the village of Kambuga. So I am your in-law. And yes, and we began relating as such. So we, the people of Kanungu, he was our son-in-law. He's our son-in-law, and we have lost our son. I think there are many lessons that we draw from the life of the Honorable Segirinya, that you can rise from a humble background and rise to any position as long as you know what you want. Because he rose through political and media activism and became a member of Parliament. I would also like to salute him for his spirit of altruism, concern for the others, because as we heard from the many eulogies and as we knew him, even when he served as a member of Parliament for a short time, but he was on the ground trying to address the concerns of the people of his constituency, and we salute him for that. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Segirinya had an incurable medical illness even before he came to Parliament. And indeed, even before we were sworn in, he fell sick, and I think he was even hospitalized. So he came to the House when he was sick. It was unfortunate that he was imprisoned together with the Honorable Segirinya, Sewanyana, rather. And I remember even his long time on remand concerned some of us. I think this is the Honorable Sarigwa or Muhammad Chivumbi, where we discussed it at some point. I also know that being in prison, it depressed him so much that at one point he even refused to take medication until when we had to come in and counsel him as a medical doctor. So we're in touch with him, and we really feel sorry that he has died when he had not accomplished his assignment as a member of parliament for the 5 years. Madam Speaker, allow me to make comments on some of the issues which have been raised in this debate. Many of them, I think we have time and space as members of parliament to debate them, the nature of politics, human rights, all these issues. We have time to discuss them as members of parliament, but probably allow me to speak on 2 issues, bail and bond. The President, the President, Yoweri Museveni, has an opinion that maybe bail should be denied on some offenses, as an opinion. But that opinion, I have heard him say, I will engage the Chief Justice to see whether maybe there can be practice directives or what. But this has not been translated into law.
Honorable members, let's listen. An opinion is not law.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what I'm saying. You had your time to speak, I am now speaking. You see, the problem, Madam Speaker, that we have in this country is intolerance. We should be able to listen to each other. My view may not be the same as yours, but you should give me a chance to say what I want to say. And as we move forward, Madam Speaker, we should, as members of parliament and political leaders, promote that culture of tolerance even when our views are different. So on that issue of bail, it's an opinion that he has been holding, but if it was to be so at the end, it will come here, either through amendment of the Constitution or the laws. And I don't think any judicial officer currently is designated to fail to make a decision, because the law still gives judicial officers discretion to decide on matters of bail when cases are before them. So a judicial officer worth his name should be able to make a judgment, make a decision, depending on the case before him or her. And I'm sure the lawyers in this house agree. The other issue that has been raised is that maybe government and judiciary should consider maybe dropping charges against the Honorable, the co-accused, Honorable Sewanyana and the co-accused.
I think that is something that we should discuss later.
Yes.
On the issues of political prisoners.
Nothing useful to say.
That's what I'm saying. We take note of that request.
Take your seat, sir.
You know,
Doctor, you finish? Switch on.
I will convey this to the Attorney General to have an engagement with the judiciary. We have taken note of that concern raised by the members of parliament.
I think we should also have a date when we shall discuss the issue of the political prisoners.
Okay.
Let's have a date. And
we shall have a debate on even whether that terminology is correct of political prisoners. But that will be for another day. Lastly, Madam Speaker, like I said, the Honorable Segirinya had a wife from my constituency. I am not very sure of the children the wife had.
When you hear that within those few months, that he made an impact in Kawempe, he made an impact in his community, he made an impact in this country, then you must learn something. I want to put a question. Yes. Honorable members, and you're Muslim, You are the same person who is going to blame me for delaying with the body here.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that swallow for Janais is performed as long as the body has come anytime. So it is not delayed. May I make the
No.
amendment, ma'am?
What amendment?
May I make the amendment, ma'am?
Yes.
May I make the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Well, Right Honorable Speaker, I sincerely appreciate your concern that when you persuaded members to contribute, we spoke in tongues outside. While I appreciate that.
Actually attacking me.
Yes, I appreciate your concern and it's regrettable. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Segirinya has served here 4 years. The difference between him and the Right Honorable Olanya is that he had served here for several years, and therefore his package was big as a person. And as a Right Honorable Speaker, he also had an entitlement as a fallen Speaker of Parliament. Honorable Segirinya has only been here for 4 years, did not even have time to invest for his family. You can imagine the burden that the family is going to have. I've calculated, Right Honorable Speaker, if each one of us here sacrificed only 300,000 shillings, the family would collect 150 million shillings, which is good enough for them to be able to invest. I therefore would like to persuade my colleagues that we amend the motion to include that members of Parliament, each one of them, of us, contributes 300,000 shillings as a package to help the family of Honorable Segirinya. I submit.
Honorable members, is that seconded? No, you sit. 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 I want secondment from this side. Seconded by Honorable Badiomusi, by Honorable Bahati, by the Imam, by Ibanda, by Bunyora Fayaz, by Honorable Uda, Honorable Balam, Honorable Gabriel, Honorable Minister Olak. So we are making a motion, and clerk should take note of this. Okay, I want to see those from this side also. Yes, I want to see the leader of opposition, the cow. Honorable Duru is not supporting. You better convince Honorable Duru to support, because I don't want to be taken to court. Supported by Hassan, by Honorable Chivumbi, by Honorable Asumani, by Honorable Abudu, by Honorable Seungu, by Honorable Elijah, Honorable Zake, Hildaman, Ethel, Madam Teacher, by the whole opposition. We are amending that one and all the independents. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I concede to the amendment.
Thank you. Those in favor of the amendment say under control nay. The ayes have it. I now put a question that that Parliament pays a glowing tribute to the late Honorable Segirinya Mohammed, a former member of Parliament of Kawempe Division North, and the tribute with amendment of payment of 300,000 per deduction per member of Parliament, as passed in the resolution here. Those in favor say under control nay. The ayes have it.
Anthems in reverse order. May we please rise? Please remain standing as the casket leaves the chamber. You may resume your seats.
Honorable members, the parliamentary Muslim community would want to say a prayer for 1 minute outside there. We'll now adjourn the house, and I will request that only the sectoral committees will be sitting during this period, and we adjourn the house to 21st January.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه. أستغفر العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه. أستغفر الله العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم. اللهم ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. اللهم إنا نسألك الهدى والتقى والعفاف والغنى. اللهم اهدنا بهداك واجعلنا ممن يسارع في رضاك ولا تولنا وليا سواك ولا تجعلنا ممن خالف أمرك وعصاك. اللهم اغفر لنا وارحمنا واغفر لوالدينا وارحمهم كما ربونا صغارا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله.
kino kyekifo kya mukadde waffe kristasu kiringe kyeyatukwasa naye yakitukwasa kubanga bwe yasalawo nano yika 5 tuzikolereko emirimu egy'okulakulanya obusiraamu ekyo tekyali kitono so twongera okusiima mukadde waffe oyo kristasu buligamu byange bimbiri okuweera okutwaliza buligamu byange bimbiri ekisobola ddala njagala okutuusa omwana okubatiza eri maama ne famire yonna eya muganda waffe
Haji Muhammad Segirinya tubasaasidde nnyo bannaffe inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un mu ngeri y'emu tukubagiza bannakawempe mwenna okuvibwako obubaka waffe ono Honorable Segirinya abasobodde kufuna bulungi mu kisa kwegazaanya n'okutuweereza mu maanyi ge nga bwe yali baddayagala okutuweereza mwenna bannakawempe tubasaasidde nnyo era tusaba Allah abagumye twongera okubagiza baganda baffe aba National Unity Platform olw'okuviibwako omubaka gwe mwatuma mu palamenti omutubabaka bwe mbadde mulina obulamu obulumi bwa njawulo ku sayidi eyo nammwe twongera okubasaasira ne Uganda yonna ne palamenti yonna Oweekitiibwa Segirinya ayogeddwako ebigambo bingi naye tekyenda okwogera kyekyo kye nagende ku makya nasaalidde Subeki mu muzikiti gwange okunvaana okubeera mu kusiro naye bwe nabadde ntamaze okusaala imaamu nalugero byayogedde mwebyo byayogedde niwabadde ekyamuganda waffe Segirinya kwegamba naye yabisinga yemulugunya nga si musanyufu bulungi naye nga n'ensonga ye ensonga y'okubeera nti nno muganda waffe Segirinya yabadde kaziikiddwawo ng'enjigiriza yaffe y'obusiraamu bwekolaki bweragira era bwegabadde muddamu namuzeemu ebigambo byo nemugamba nti ekisooka tusaanye tubeereko bye tusiima ku Segirinya Segirinya ebyokumufuula omusajja ow'amaanyi yakola decisions nga zabyafaayo nga kyogera mu palamenti naye ate yakola decision nga esingayo ku ekyo kyekigambo kiyazaawo ye kennyini nga yeesiimidde n'aleka shahadu n'agamba nti ashhadu an la ilaha illa llah wa ashhadu anna muhammadan rasulullah ekyo ekintu kyakitono si bangi abasobola okukisalawo bangi nnyo nga baagala obusiraamu era nga tebagulinaako mutawaana era nga batambula nabwo kusooka olwo nimuganda wadde enyansi naye nga obusiraamu tabulinaako mutawaana era okukola decision kikakati bannanga enzuulu ekigambo ekyo si kitono n'olwekyo Segirinya yakola decision eyo ennene ennyo gyetama okubeera nga ffenna ng'abasiraamu tugisiima era tugikkiriza bw'abawandika obulobodde obulala obutonotono oba kuziikibwa ddi oba kuziikibwa ddi obwo tuyinza okubwerabira ne tutunoonya kiri ekisinga obunene kubanga kyekyaggulawo bino byonna ate ndagala mbategeeze kimwana ffe Segirinya alina baganda be alina famire ye sisiramu abadde agiyisa bulungi abadde akolerayo bulungi era ng'enjigiriza y'obusiraamu bwegamba woba osiramuse tekitegeeza kutyo nkolagana ne famire yo so famire abadde akolera era enjigiriza nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam mujjukire mu busiraamu abantu abayamba ennyo obusiraamu nga bwakatandika mwalimu Abu Talib teyali musiraamu naye yayimiranga ku nabbi babanga baagala bamukoleko obulabe nga Abu Talib agamba nti oyo omwana wa muganda wange tewakyomusobola kukola kyonna n'olwekyo ne Segirinya bonna baganda be baba byakolerawo bulungi oba onyawo nabo bainfluensinze decision eyo n'olwekyo tutwale kiri ekikulu kyo tukikkirize bwewabeerawo omuntu yenna ng'abaddemu akakunkulaato oba tumusabira tutya nkusabako kaddemu tumusabirire ddala nga tukkiriza kimuganda waffe ddala obusiraamu yamuyingira era tusabe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala amuyingize ddala ekyokubiri kikwataganako n'omuzikiti wano wetuli nabaniriza kanziremu mbanirize tubasanyukidde nnyo era tusanyusa okubeera nti nno bano baffe ewasalibwawo wetuba tusabiira muganda waffe oyo Segirinya. Ekisookera ddala muzikiti gwa byafaayo ndowooza bwe mutwe gwa Kawempe division yewedde abasaza b'ensonga eyo twegatta nabo okubeera terodde ensonga ddungi. Era neebaza nnyo abali mu kitundu kino olw'okukola nnyo okulaba nti nno ekifo kino tukikulaakulanya kituuke ku levo nekiteeka okubeerako naddala okugagana n'erinnya eryo okutabulwamu n'okubogo. Kyebamuzi kisomanya olwali n'agyebwanjudde naye ekikulu ekiri wano mulaba kyomulimu gw'okuzimba omuzikiti guno gukyali work in progress, gugenda mu maaso. Khatibu asomedde kutuba atujjukiza n'atugamba nti omulimu gugenda mu maaso, ate omulimu guno gw'abantu ba bulijjo. Guno omulimu si gw'abawalabu bannaggagga babinojjo abalina sente nnyingi. Omulimu guno gukolebwa ku siringi 10, siringi 5, siringi 15. N'olwekyo mu bulumi bwaffe bwe tulimu aba kutujjako muganda waffe Segirinya, emu ku ngeri gye tusaana okulamula obulumi bwaffe buno kukasikamu ttafaayi nga naye tumutaddemu ffe ne tuganyulwa, naye munnaffe n'akola ki? Naye munnaffe n'aganyulwa. Sebo mwami Lukwago akwenya puroguramu kalowooza kino pointi eyo ogitadde ku puroguramu yo. Njagala okutwala omukisa guno bannakawempe ngenda okubategeeza nti embeera eriwo olwaleero mugitunuulire bulungi. Tugenda kuddamu okulonda omubaka omulala eteekalinga mu nnaku 6 nga tuddamu olwaleero amawanga amanene nga y'Amerika ne Russia waliwo naye bwewabaawo olutalo kagameze olulimi Ukraine ng'olwo oluli mu Middle East nziramu okubagiza Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Prince olw'omusajja ono obwesigwa tusobola Allah abakubagize Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Ebigambo okujokwogera ku Segirinya bingi nnyo. Ekisooka njagala okwebaza Sseumukadde waffe, Imaamu waffe n'olukiiko olukulembera amasigidi yaffe olw'okukkiriza okukola enteekateeka ez'okuleeta mayiti ya Segirinya wano okugiwa ekitiibwa ekyo mu masigidi yaffe n'ekitiibwa wamu n'okumuwa essaala emuwerekera. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala. Namwenna abatudde wano olwaleero ku jjuma ya leero, mwebale omulimu ogwo, mwebale ddala. Abantu b'e Kawempe basaasiranise kusaasira yenna nti kaakati muli bamulekwa nga bwekyogeddwa. Naye njagala tufumitirize ku mbeera Segirinya gy'ayiseemu, era najjogeddeko olunaku lwajjo njagala gigumiza tulabe obulabe bwe tulimu. Ndabye obulamu bwa Segirinya nga buseebengerera
okumala emyaka giweze nakati paka ku mugo gw'entaana olwaleero nga ndine Segirinya nga kuliidawe nabagenyodde temwerabira ngaolunaku olwanga mukaaga omwezi ogw'omwenda omwaka 2021 ekigero ekisooka Segirinya lwe yakitambula ekimutuusiza ku mugo gw'entaana. Eyo statement nja kugiddingana kuba gwende mu bwongo nze nga mukulemberamu nesewanya noono nga babayise e Masaka ku misango gye babavurako ebijwekeke by'ebijambirya era netukola enteekateeka zonna ez'okubawolereza naye ekisinga okutukamu byonna nti Segirinya yasooka n'afuna bbeeyi kooti ng'ekugamba esasula omukadde 20 otekere passport mu kooti n'obukwakuliza obulala bonna netubutuukiriza. Yali omukyala Victoria Nakintu omulamuzi oyo n'amuwa bbeeyi Segirinya leta obukadde 2 nesewanyana obukadde 2. Mu Uganda kyali tekibangawo okugjako omusango gwa Dr. Reside bwe basaba obukadde 3. Segirinya zaali nnyingi passport twali tetugenze nayo n'akaseera eyasewanyana twagiteeka ku bodaboda nze nagirina mu seefu ewange nembalagirira nti bamanye mugulewo seefu owa bodaboda n'avuga okumala essaawa 2 ng'ali kukuba okuleeta passport e Masaka. Tumala okujjayo empapula zonna tugenda ekigo okujjayo Segirinya ne baddamu ne bamukwata. Pulezidenti Museveni n'alyoka awo ekiragira awo ekiteri kuva kubawa bbeeyi. Tuddayo ku kooti nga n'omulamuzi eyabadde musanga avuddemu. Twaddayo Victoria Nakintu n'aga nti nze buno obutadde buvuddemu ne batuwa omulamuzi omulala n'abamma bbeeyi ng'agamba nti Segirinya is a flight risk nti oyo atambula nnyo. Kakati mu bufunze okummibwa Segirinya bbeeyi nga kuva ku kiragiro kya General Kakuta Museveni bwe bulwadde obwajja Segirinya mu nsi muno kubanga mu ddwaliro yalina talina bujjanjabi netusoka kubanga abategajjanjabibwa kaali mu kkomera nga tekisoboka nga bwenalinenekuwali omukyala nansiwe ku ddwaliro lyebino eryekyebando omukyala mukateekwa Florence ekwagenda naye agezeeka kujjajabiyo ekeera neiraana paka webakola alipoota eya kakolaki
line there.
How is it?
So
ensonga zonna tuzimalirize wano kunakikalumita nsonga okukubiyemu ekuzivulubyemu bakuziyinza bakukola ki okuzivulumya kaseera kano byakuyita kibasajja omulubi waabwe omumyuka mayimamu wa palamenti abakulira abakulembeze betulina okutulamu wano aba palamenti abazeeko Segirinya ne puroguramu yaabwe ya palamenti yakikula mukaaga
katunamusemukwentyemusi nga nolinayewekigo komanda namukola owekigo olutabalo oluyalugomandinga obulamu bitukwatagana fenna tulete omusiko
palamenti erina dakiika 5 okumanya bannabamafu abapalamenti abaliwo n'okutuusizaako obubaka bwabwe ekya Allahu Taala nga muganda wange Sheikh Hassan Lukubanabulaki omumyuka wa imamu wa palamenti.
La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah. La ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, la ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah. بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Berdua Allah yang masalah kehidupan merobos. Menawi tushtegere tembea itulimu ya kufa. Tuile mozi nyingi nyo. Ni masalah kehidupan merobos ini Mbasaba tuwiziganye tugendeze ku maloboozi programu eno mbasabira waawe inshallah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala atugamba mu Qur'ani
Ekyangakyuwe tugenda kudda wansi sipika bw'anaaba ayingira tujja kudda waggulu kanso yaffe etandike mu butongole tugenda kusaba mukwano abali eno beeyo ewatulayo sipika saba tuveeyo tesayidi eri ayina fototyonda yaffe tusaba tusembeze mu maaso entebe zisooka z'abawonalebo kansalazi wano maaso saidi watulinawo executive owamu ne bachairpersons atali kwebwe tetukugomya watukusaba ogenda otule watu mabega wanyeeri omutima bulungi tugenda kwongereza olwebakakkane mu ntebe emuweereddwa omulyango gwe tugenda kuleka sipika yalina obuyinza wano ate awo walina okuyita omulyango gusobola okuvaamu nga bukyali yatuwadde aba ebulas batuyambe batwepotuletonda abusiraamu tundaasa okuyimirira wano Honorable Ismail Malisa was a woman, I tell you, I'm sorry to say, I tell you. munasonga protocol mungi najamaaba bamwe banebawulira ekibanja kino kyabadde musayidi emu tugende oda tussemu kanso weewaawo buli atalaba kulizesanika bakolemu councillors osabiddwa ekitabo kigenda kuyita mpolampola sipiika olawo isiba agenda kutukako obwolyeyo lowooza tuli bulungi kiddayo bawulemu councillors bawentebe ezisookawa omanyi ngaotudde mu ntebe zino nga toli kansala nalabisazawulayonasimu wanyeriwakyowaletebe ekyokubiri nangange bategeeze tugenda kukuuma disitulikiti mu kizimbe muno neoba olina emboozi neoba oli kulayivu era byoweereza sipiika asunye okutona ngamba obuyinza yawera obwogera so ngenda kubasaba tukume obukakamu n'amateeka ga kanso twongera okwebaza obukulembeze bw'omuzikiti guno Wambogo obukkiriza olwaleero Kawempe Division Urban Council okutuula wano ate okusiba emirimu gya muganda waffe mukulembeze munnaffe komunedi waffe muganda waffe okubanga tukisiimira wano wennyini wabadde asagalira Mungu akibabalire oba oli awo n'ebisigadde ku kizimbe kino ayanguyizeemu okubanga biggwa legislation y'abantu councillors yesibye sipiika okuyingira wano
kyenkamula abamu bannabyabufuzi bonookama bangali wakamumanyi tebeeraga abasiraamu tubeere wansi tube bantu babulijjo kyekikulesoonibwa kubaseriye talina diguli talina phd talina kiyine munatuusiwamu kubanga abadde omwana bwe tunakuba ekyo mu busiraamu mu maka gaffe netubuuza abaana ne baba nga bali wansi omugagga ateerooza nti mugagga obusiraamu bujja kubatate waki tuve mu kwekulutaza oluba abatono mu community muteeka emitwe gyabwe wansi ne mubera mu bantu kyetuyinge mu Segirinya era tuyisaba Katonda amumwejjana byakoleddwa obusiraamu. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Seu Joseph Gonzaga Adaba, Chitalo Nimo Papa West, Minister of Education, and never so that's so particular Mose, Esleta Zaki Seu, Atura, Fujayama, why like Zaki. In the name Muhammad Segirinya. Tuinapata Mose.
Open
mu ngeri y'enjawulo ngenda kwongera kwebaza banafe abatwegaseeko era nga tugenda kwebaza ekyamazima Honorable Segirinya ayise mu mbeera ey'okugezesebwa naye ngenda kwebaza abaatandika ddala olutabaalo ne bagenda e Masaka ku kkooti abaavaayo waliwo ttiimu temanyira abakansalaza okusinga tebagoberera omulago wabweru yaleetebwa emulago abasobodde okumulambula mu nkomera ngenda kwongera okubeebaza lw'omugenzi ne famire y'omugenzi mwebale nyo butalegera muganda waffe mwebale kulaga bumu ngenda kubeebaza buli alina kyakoze okutuukirira famire ya Honorable Segirinya ebbanga lyabadde mu kkomera ebbanga lyabadde omulwadde tiwebale nnyo mu ngeri ey'enjawulo ngenda kusunsukamu Honorable Thomas ekubako Honorable Thomas abadde akolanga ekusajja abakansalazi wa Honorable Segirinya tukwebaza webale kuyimirirawo mu ngeri emu ngenda kusaba tukwire ku bukalawo ababeesibwa ne bakola ne bagenda mu kkooti e Masaka nga bawulale mu kansalazi aba national platform okusingira ddala be nalabako mwebale nnyo mwebale ddala omutima ogwo ogw'omuntu gukume bukumi nga tugenda mu maaso bino mbyogera nga bwe tulina sipiika okuyingira wano atanabakulijesalira kubakola okubolemeseza sipiika okuyingira wano atanabakulijesalira kubalionale mu kansala mu kitabo kyaffe eno special council eri legally organized era nga it is legally convened so ngenda kubasaba tulijesalinge kola mumwewerera nga mumaze okujesalinga sipiika kyalinza okuyingira mu ngeri eba ey'enjawulo tugenda okwebaza wano waliwo waliwo omusomesa wa Honorable Segirinya obukulembeze bwa Pimbas nalabyeko obukulembeze bwa Pimbas madamu genda kusaba wanyina muyinza nga sipiika nayingiraawo nsaba speakers tujja kyongerako dda okay ngenda kasaba ka sipiika ayingira tugenda kudda ku makulu gaffe waggulu
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The agenda of today, we have proclamation, prayers and anthems, communication from the speaker, remarks from the mayor, laying the motion of honoring the late Honorable Segirinya Muhammad, discussion of the House, and then adjournment. Thank you so much.
First guy seated.
by the powers entrusted to me, I proclaim this hall to be the council chamber of our permanent council.
Prayers and anthem. Council prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the office of leaders and authority for the welfare of society and just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favors these your servants whom you have pleased to call to the performance of such important tasks in this land. Let your blessings descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen. Anthem.
Your Worship, the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, members of the Executive, Council members, the distinguished guests, we have members of the Parliament, we have speakers from different entities, we have mayors from different divisions, religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen. We have gathered here today to pay our last respect
and bid farewell to one of our ex-official, Honorable Segirinya Muhammad, who is with us today here. For Kawempe North constituency, who has worked with dedication to protect and develop the people of Kawempe region. We learned of this horrific verdict in the early hours of Saturday on 9th of January 2025, when we were alone with the son of the soil. His passing was sudden, pathetic, and shocking. We would like to extend our deepest condolences to the Segirinya family, especially his mom, who is present with us here, and the entire family of the late. This incident has brought about a serious pain in the division. The pathwork we are laying to rest here today was admired and respected by many of us. He was a simple and a humble guy with a profound wisdom. As we unite in grief, we do so proud to celebrate the glorious life of this distinguished leader and servant of our people. Segirinya Muhammad laid the foundation of black leadership, whose dedication to this division and its people remain remarkable and inspirational. We are pleased that Honorable Segirinya Muhammad continued to contribute to the work of the division beyond the league. We had a good plan about taking the division most of our north beyond the reach. And we all have responsibility to take this division forward. I call upon the mayor and other elected leaders of this division to take up his dream and his vision in their land. Therefore, taking a leaf from Honorable Segirinya Muhammad's life of patriotism and loyalty to the society and most of his party, we will not be deterred in our struggle to liberate our beautiful division on different forms of inequality. We shall continue to build a society where all will have access to basic needs that improve our living conditions. More importantly, we should also, in this memory and many other heroes and heroines, continue to build a united division. An environment where every citizen feels a sense of belonging and ways we have of a better future. You have learned your lessons, dear comrade. You have fought a good fight. Whoever is given a chance, how some should say. Whoever is given a chance, how some should say, you have to be in time. Thank you. Clap. Before we move on, we shall get a time and we'll get one of the MPs to I will give a chance maybe the mayor will do it to introduce the people we have in this council. Thank you. At this juncture, let me invite the mayor. Mayor first to give your remarks, then we get the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I worship, fellow the Mayor, honorable members of Party, President of our President, Your Worship, the Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker, His Excellency, Chairman Sendam, the President of NUP, has sent a delegate, a representative, none other than our mobilizer, Chairman Nyanzi Mutuwawa. Members of the executive of NUP, honorable members of councillors, and dear guests, I'm Dr. Emmanuel Segirinya, Owedebe, the Mayor of Kawempe Division. Right Honorable Speaker, we are gathered here today in memory of our foreign colleague, Honorable Segirinya Muhammad. When we heard that he was no more yesterday morning, we were shocked and saddened. They has taken away a genuine thief individual, more importantly, a strong and committed and a good friend. While we mourn the loss of our colleague, we pay tribute, praise a life that was well, the little time God gave him, he has outlived and he has served the nation. Committed to building harmony and peace around his constituency, vision, and I'm sure not many of such dedication. To Honorable Segirinya Muhammad started his activity in a humble way, with a lot of dedication and commitment, via political, on talk shows, and he was formerly known as the Diversity Chairman of Itu. The demonstration against of Kampala. This drove his political. And as a friend, he used to tell me that one day he would be a member of Parliament. We all know that as a mayor of this division, I've done my job with lots of challenges, especially with the both MP having not been fully available, especially when our foreign in and out. shortly after 6 months of his dedication services as a member of parliament, whether the other MP of the second constituency went mute, this disadvantaged my efforts of lobbying of services delivery for the people of Kawempe division to a certain percentage. How I wish we had him fully in the division, and his courageous was added on mine and other leaders. Kawempe would have benefited more. Honorable Muhammad Segirinya has been a real fighter, not reluctant to give away, the challenge and many challenges throughout his life, and one of them, the great illness. With great courage, many others in his circumstances would have given up, but the peers Segirinya did not give up. He fought up to the last. Members, Right Honorable Speaker, and members of this August House, although his seat as a member of parliament was not too long, he left lasting impression in months of his activities in his constituency and parliament. Colleagues knew him as a friendly, cooperative, hopeful, and helpful and dedicated member of parliament. Despite his humble, established background and position, Muhammad was a modest who had fought till the last. His determination to carry on despite trying personal circumstance demonstrated his commitment to duties and responsibilities. In his own aggressive manner, he showed his people how to work in time, and everyone on. Life can be fleeting, but life lived to the fullest stays in fond memories. This particularly difficult and painful time of the people of Kawempe, to His Excellency the President of NUP, to his family, and to the NUP fraternity, in extend our heartfelt condolence. We wish them strength and bear irreparable loss. Mr. Speaker, programs and projects Honorable Segirinya has left behind as members. It's our responsibility to make sure those projects. So now, Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as the political of Kawempe Division, I still pray that you move as a team with the leaders. And I also ask the people, the party represented by Motu Wawatu, the chairman, that the projects our honorable member of parliament of foreigner should move on as a party. In the process of asking the family and whoever is responsible, Mr. Speaker, that both projects, but of the hospital and the ambulance be taken over by leaders. Our chairman, that is a request from the chairman or from the, and we trust that our party can't fail. I know how hard it is to maintain, and I know how hard it is to make and which gives free services. Party can't, so that one is a trust in a hand of mobilization. And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Segirinya has not been just a citizen of Kawempe, but has been a leader, a member of parliament, this August House. Came up with a culture of appreciating people who have dedicated their lives, who have served their division, have dedicated their lives to the division of Kawempe and to the people who have served the citizens. And we did that. We've been appreciating people with our executive prizes and certificates. One of them
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. As I stand here as the leader of Kawempe Division, charged with being leader of division business. Therefore, under that text, I'm paying tribute as leader of government business in the Kawempe Division Urban Council. And I call upon members of this Honorable Council to pay tribute within the shortest possible time to the late Segirinya Muhammad. He has been our Honorable Member of Parliament, dedicated to his services that Kawempe Division and the government of the Parliament of Uganda is going to miss on him, because the voters had a lot of expectation in him, which has not, because of the challenges being imposed onto him by the government of Uganda, by actually putting cases, trumping charges against him, yet he was completely innocent, which lastly led to his death before achieving what he had to achieve, to deliver for his constituents. May the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace. In that regard, I call upon, Honorable Speaker, I call upon the August House to come and pay tribute to the late, before I will finally second the motion proposed by His Worship the Mayor to rename 34X Road as Segirinya Muhammad Road. I second to that effect.
Honorable Gomoza. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Worship, the Lord Mayor, the Mayor and the Executive, Honorable Members of Parliament, fellow colleagues, members in the gallery, the family, and the media fraternity. Before I second by Chief the Mayor, as a close friend and leader of the Honorable Segirinya Muhammad, I really want to also pay tribute in the same spirit, inform this August House and the people of Kawempe that we have lost a very, very, very important person. I want to credit this House that we stood firm and protested against his unfair trial incarceration. So it is in that spirit that I start to propose, before we close, with again the proposal raised by His Worship the Mayor, that a mere renaming of a no road for the legacy of the Honorable Segirinya will not be enough. As a close friend who knew Segirinya, a man who prioritized people's health first, I propose that we pass a motion to construct a health facility to serve the people of Kawempe North on the public land we have. I thank you both, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, but I condole with the entire family and the country for this heavy loss that we've suffered. I beg to move.
Honorable Nachore.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Protocol observed. And right now I've stood to second the motion brought in by the Mayor to name the 34X as a road after Honorable I have named to move.
As the motion is seconded, do we agree as the council? Do we agree as the council to have our foreign comrade to have a road in his name as mentioned by the mayor, that of X? Do you agree as the council? The all takes off. Thank you very much. The council is that done.
okutuusako kwa Katonda kwayanguyizibwa ebiragiro bya Pulezidenti Yoweri Museveni bye yawa abalamuzi okumumma beyiro. Senga yafuluma ebweru n'afuna obujjanjabi, General Museveni ekyo teyakirinyamu n'akisakisa, oba olyawo Mungu yali musaaside. N'olwekyo bwe tugenda okuziika Yerusaalemi, amututte amangu ye General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Tetugamba obulwadde bujja ne butta abantu, naye otunuulira ebyaliwo byonna, omusajja ne dokita wa gavumenti n'atugamba nti olwo mumuwe obujjanjabi mumugye mu kkomera. Bwe mutaamuwa obujjanjabi, ebigambo bye bigenda kuba biki bibi. General Museveni n'anyumyako. Naye watutuusiza omwaka guno myaka giseewo ebiri, talina musango gwe bamuwozesezza ne Alani Sewanyana n'abalala ne kubaka muki muvi. Kyova bayagala ebintu bibiri era bye tugenda biwakanya n'amaanyi gaffe gonna Katonda bye yatuwa. Ayagala kuggyawo bbeyo n'obbeyo, bbeyo naye ayagala gijjawo nti abalamuzi ne bakukwata oba bakukwate oba bakyakubuulirizaako ne bakussa mu kooti, toweerenga mukisa kufuluma bweru weewolerezeko. Ekyokubiri, Ssemateeka w'Uganda agamba nti omuntu yenna anaagaatibwanga mu ssaawa 28 ajja kubanga atwalibwa mu kooti. Be bagatwala mu kooti kitegeeza nti poliisi ekuwa tubadde tuteera nga tulina ku palamenti kubanga batuyisenga b'ekibiina, tusanze deployment nene nnyo mu makubo buli wamu, ng'abasajja bambadde ebyambalo by'amagye, ebyambalo bya ntalo n'emmundu zikakere zikatusa nga n'emmanga zeetooloola, nga zolekedde kawembe n'entunuulira n'ensasira abasajja abo. Tubadde tuli awo tuyingira palamenti ne tulowooza nti banaddamu ku magezi ku bye baakola omusajja ono banajja ne bawayo statement y'okwetonda oba ne bakikikiboogera mwattu ge bazze essaawa ne ziwera nnya nga tewali azze n'oyazze abadde deputani deputaminisa alayika alina akafuba naye azakolola amaze akaseera katono nakutendi nga nakola ki nafuluma. Era tubadde ne tulyemalira abamwama kikumi ne boogera ne balamentinga ne bakomplaininga paka omugole ogubadde nga tetufunye official government statement ku Segirinya omusajja gwe basse bukenyini. Ekyo kyogedde tukakasa mukyo kyogera n'ekituufu kubanga bagamba nti abadde mulwadde, naye omuntu waba omulwadde n'omukuba empiso y'obutwa awangala okujjanjaba obulwadde bwe. N'olwekyo kituyisika bubi nnyo ne kitulaga omutima omubi era ne kitusindika okwongera okulwana banyabo ne bassebo. Olwaleero nkikidde pulezidenti waffe naye atwadde obubaka
banyama ne basebo yakola Segirinya. Segirinya tumanyi bulungi nnyo yali mu ddiini ya bukristaayo oba yali mu ddiini ya bukatoliki oluvannyuma n'ayingira obusiraamu. Ekisinga otusanyusa yalondayo erinnya erisinga obulungi erya Muhammad. Kale nze niwakubadde si musiraamu ngulowekera ku Muhammad waliwo ekigamba abasiraamu bakolaki abaddamu naye okutwaliza wamu tukolaganye ne Segirinya. Waliwo obubaka bwensanze wano omukulembeze omungaayo olwabadde luli mmeeya ffe aba National Unity Platform twavaayo okununula eggwanga lino nga tutusosodde mu madiini mu mawanga oba mu ngeri zonna ezindowooza wabula nga twagala ffenna okwetakkuluzaako ekizibu kimu. N'olw'ensonga eyo banyabo ne bassebo ekisokedera nze nga ssabakunzi bwe mbankunga saabula mwani bwenkunga kyobolaba oyinza okakanga n'abasiraamu ne basinga wali mu kitere ku National Unity Platform. N'olw'ensonga eyo twagala tugende mu maaso n'enkolagana eyo banyabo ne bassebo. Bwe nali nkunga Segirinya namusanga musajja musiraamu nesambuuza ddiini ye twakwatagana mu twatagana mu kyokulwanyisa Museveni nga tulina ki ekigendera kimu. Omutima ogwo twagala tugusigaze omutima gwa Segirinya. Segirinya akoze ebikugi bingi wano mukawempe banyama ne bassebo. Abaddayo ebirowoozo bingi nnyo nga muwulira okuzimba eddwaliro n'okuyamba abanaku. Siwuliranga omulwadde wa Segirinya nga baganda abakatuliki oba Protestant kola ki ogendayo. Ffenna tubadde tugendayo mupooli twagala tusigaze omutima ogwo. Era bwe nabadde eggulo nga njogera nasabye olukiiko lwa kanso lumugulemu wakiri oluguudo lumu olwaleero kiwedde era twebaza kanso ya Ssemujeni Ssebo Emmanuel omulimu gwe mukoze. Kanso n'abasajja bano n'abakyala bagenda tufunira oluguudo lumu lutume erinnya lya Segirinya mu Kawempe. Kakati ate ffe abamu ekirowoozo kye tulina kisingako awo kubanga omusajja ono abadde musajja wankizo abadde wanjawulo. Mu butuufu Segirinya abadde wanjawulo afaananako ffe abamu abakulira mu ghetto from scratch ne tufuuka ensonga. Ensonga lwaki twagala Segirinya Foundation esigayewo. Tubasaba abamukodera kulengeza ebitongole ebyenjawulo nga tubatuuseeko Segirinya nsimbo yankulaakulana alaga from small to big. So Segirinya Foundation eyo bannange twagala tugendera mu maaso. Batwabiridde wano abantu kubanga tetuliseeka mu kiwato ky'ebyobufuzi ng'aba National Unity Platform. Bannange we are calling for unity. Twongera okuyita abantu ab'enjawulo bajje batwegatteko. Ne bw'oba olusigadde olw'efubiso wa Democratic Party naye ng'omulamu kukyusa gavumenti logika kuteekawo nkola nuŋŋamu. N'olw'ensonga eyo tulumwa nnyo era tunyolera wamu ne Dr. Kiza Besigye. Era mulaba mu nsonga eyo wakiri ejja ne tugatta ne tubeera wamu. Nze nga Ssaabakunzi nalina ekintu kye njagala okukola tusindike message mu gavumenti eyo. Singa twegatta wamu ne tuddamu okukola demonstration n'ebintu ebifaanagana kuba ebityo ne tuwakanya abantu ba bulijjo batwalana mu kkooti z'amagye. Olwaleero yakayimiridde n'agamba nti gavumenti oba Museveni singa abaddemu okutegeera okw'ekiseera kiri kwe yalina yandibadde ku mulundi guno Uganda agiwa ekirabo eky'okutaba political prisoners. Abaana abavundira mu makomera bano be baata mubalaba basaanya bonna bagenda bannyonnyola ne babalipako ebigambo ne bababuzabuza ne baagala okuvaayo ne beewaliriza bo bennyini. Kitegeeza abantu bali abakyaliyo babasigira bwereere. Bannange njagala tusigale nga tuli wamu okukungubagira Segirinya ebisigadde byonna byonna olwaba tuwe Kawempe tunaabiraba nga tuvudde mu kuziika. Nkiraba tubadde tukiraba nga ebipande bingi biri ku nguudo everywhere. Kituufu naye abantu b'e Kawempe mbadde mbayitamu nga bali beddera okulonda Segirinya yadde abadde ku buliri obwo omutima gwe yabalaga okusooka obubadde butakisigawo. N'olw'ensonga eyo tujja kutambulira wamu n'ebigendererwa bye banyabo ze bassebo. Ensonga za boodi zonna zoogeddwako tujja kuyimirawo n'abalwanyi banyabo bassebo n'ebigambo ebyo. Olwaleero okuzika Segirinya kufuuka akabonero ak'enkyukakyuka. Tusindike message eri buli Munnayuganda n'eri gavumenti nti tugikooye. Baneezamu muddamu gavumenti eno tugikooye wano tukyakola enkola y'emirembe naye kasa tunaaya tunatakimi ebisigadde nebengale banamanya mwebale nyo mwebalire ddala assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatu. Assalamu ala rasulillah. Sio mkate wa feri aliubiria mwezeti wa feri wakagulani kabisa wakumzi ona ni mkutu wa watu kwenye jansi nikabili mwingine kasera katweganda alisa nekibadde kisaanidde wano wetubadde ng'ate division yetuziza olukiiko olw'okutukira muganda waffe n'ebyokulidde ebituliyo bingi ne palamenti yebuyisirizaako wano ebyo nabingi bawebe byeyisiza era yetujuwidde nnyo kaseera kano mutukirize nga tugenda mu musaali shekadinani kulungono nemukadde waffe omukubwetwale tubeebaze okutuwa platform eno eresa Segirinya bakabonera batandikidde ddala ekyo kyekisooswa nojjala wano ebyomukulembeze yenna okuteekawo tenti ng'eyagala okwongera ku birungi byakoze so omukadde waffe kyatandika obabiriza mutegeeze kyagwali mu bangi wano wadde bannabyabufuzi baayitiddwa abangi nengera kubateeka mu kigambo kimu nti buli imaamu ali wali eno kyatuusa basituke atole salaamu emu ekitubeere nga tukimaliriza kyo imaamu kasawuli kyekadinani muluwalewagga ekyo kyo tukimalirize buli imaamu ali wano kyekasawuli kyeyakubu kyekiserwanga mula mukadde kyekiswalehe bwali wano eno ne imaamu wa palamenti wali wano eno mukadde wange imaamu miwambo wooli mukadde wa kushakibirani wali ne imaamu w'enumbi wali so ekyo okiriza tukikole bwe tutyo abakulembeze ba Kawempe division abamiganso bakansala meya waliko omukiiko nsabanamu abakulembeze bakansala bano tutole salaamu gayawamu fenna tusituke kasitundeza muzinga ebaimaamu onerebagamukalisa kulaba kwekansala tikire ekitundu kino kusaba bakansala musituke onerebwa isima kimanyiko okiyindirira era kwe kyebabasolwako kaseera NUP mukama wange bunanansana kulabye abo bonna beyapresentkwekidokuta ne bakasaba kalaya abatwala kugomolayika bwendo simanyi banna okuteekera kwendeseeyo naye n'abataka manyi bangi naye jagawanti bameyazi abasigadde ngotyaba mukadde wange onalebo bameyazi abali wano sitwanjagadde tugende katula bakadde keeko naye so mukadde meya wena kivuma meya tola salamu sebo omukadde waffe meya basimujumba abeera wonna bweru sebo mukadde wanga bweru namwetusasi okubalaba kakati ekisembere nemamukasawulukudde ekikusiiwa naye ate njagala genda wa imaamu naye nzikiriza mulenyeobwenyenda nga sinaba kutamusindaano sobowandiza kugira mukulu wetwala ezije Katonda kino bakikolesemberayo ddala ng'omukulembeze abakulembeze abajja nja kubasaba tukisike kulonde salaamu oba abakukwatira ebipande bakiba kyabakansala ekituna mutole salaamu bingi ekyo nakyo kyakuba kimaliriza ekyo kituula yozaani ekyo nakyo njaisirawo omukulembeze nti baffe bonna webali bangi abatulidde ebifo ebyenjawulo ose omukadde waffe omukulu w'ettwale nekyeyamaanyi omukulu w'ettwale mukadde wakwakiriza imaamu kasawuli atole salaamu oluvanyuma tugende mu meseji ya imaamu kawanakitamuza tusaade tugende ekyala ebitusobyeko tetugenda kulekerawo okwetondanga abantu naye nebitambula obulungi kuba Segirinya tusaba Katonda ebyomusera imaamu kasawuli agala kutwalayo salaamu. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bannabyabufuzi mutuwanga kakyasi ku butumwa olulaffe bannange twandiligako Segirinya. Segirinya abadde musajja waffe nnyo. Segirinya yali mukomera wanyana watowanyana kusewanyana bamusabira ewawe tugikkiririzaamu. Segirinya yagala bamusabireko nga lwage nebakolaki bakugoba bakatika mwite jabakolaki n'atumira omwana oyo yabadde olugalagira zina kutoza sahani na fune nyeyo nembe yatakwenda cyane zina sahani zina kutoza sawo sahani sigera mwacho nani wabyaza mani nyo twasajja wadiga musajja mukasenga basegirinya obutatu wa kusakula ki mwogerako etwera katuka lwafufuyoka beyaza nyineyazege era kyasengeyo olwokutwalolo Segirinya yabadde akyaliwo n'atuya omwana oyo n'ajja ku muzikiti wali era n'alangirira Segirinya musabire bw'anaawona agenda kwewagula ki abeerenga yeesimbawo Segirinya mugwa kusasira gy'oli aba akusasire mwebale mwewalejala sebo imaamu tutwale kukusaalira inshallah president wakasema omulabye sebo tutwale kukusaalira
tusituse okusaalira nga tetunnaba kutandika kusaalira kambagambeyo bino bino byetagibwa nnyo ku munnaffe ng'agenze nga Segirinya mwagenze bino temubyerabiranga. Ekisooka okujjumbira okumusabira nga bwe mukikoze. Munno yenna bw'avanga olemwanga okufulayo, olemwanga okuwa amago, olemwanga okukola ki naye tolemwanga okuyimirira mu lunyiriri okumusaalira. Ekyo kimu. Ekyokubiri, munno bw'avanga omuyita munno ebirungi by'omumanyiko obisosoowazanga ebyo bibiri. Ekyokusatu, munno bw'abanga afudde manya nti emirimu gy'abadde yeekolera gikomye, takyasobola kubaako kyeyeekolera kyonna. Ofubanga nnyo n'olaba ng'omukolerayo ekintu era sijja kuleeta tetunasituka wano ebyo bibiri tugenda bikola. Ekisooka bwe tumala omusaalira genda basaba musooke mukankane eddakiika 5 tusomeyo Al-Fatiha ey'awamu nga tusabira munnaffe. Mukama waffe Nabbi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallama yakitukuutira nnyo. Ekyokubiri, era nga tetunnafuluma ndabbasaba mukolere muganda waffe ono ekintu kyeyaligadde akola singa abadde atambudde bulungi. Mukole ki? Mumukolere sadaka tujja nga mukuŋŋaanya ono weddembe akimanyi nga tukuŋŋaanya ettaffaali tuliteeke wano tulireke wano ku lwa muganda waffe. Ekisembayo ekigambo kino inna lillahi obwedda kyemwogera ddala male nakyo nga mbategeeza amakulu gaakyo. Ekigambo ekyo kitegeeza nti ffe ffenna abali wano n'abataliiwo n'abaliwulira n'abanaalaba tuli bintu bya Katonda, so si property wabula. Kati teyo mukimuyita property. Property oyinza okuba ne property yo n'essaawa zino embuzi z'ono olukalidde eziri eri ewobulensi saawa zino tamanyi kyeziriko. Waliyo ewonyera naye tasobola nakumanya lwaki ewonyera. Naye bwe tuli bitonde bya Katonda by'aladda ddala mu kiseera amanya lwaki owenyera era amanya engeri n'owona okuva obwe. So mu kiseera abeera atulaba. N'olwekyo ekigambo ekyo Katonda yakituwa tugumenga nakyo bagamba tugambe nti innalillah, ffenna tuli bintu bya Katonda, ffenna tuli bitonde bya Katonda era tuli wansi wa kulabirira kwa Katonda. Okubeerawo kwaffe n'okubaawo kwaffe kwa Katonda. Ekigambo ekyo butugera tujja kumiranga ku ekyo. Kitegeeza nti tugambe nti inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi, ffe tuli bitonde bya Katonda, tuli mu kulabirira kwa Katonda n'okubaawo kwaffe kusalawo kwa Katonda. Tewali kinaayogerwako ku ekyo ky'okutulugunya. Bwe tunayogera ekyo tujja kubeera bagumu. Tuyimirire mu nyiriri, tulete niya tugambe tuyimiridde kusabira muganda waffe Muhammadi Segirinya. Abakyayogera tusirikirire tusabire muganda waffe. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. Wa alayna maulana innaka tawwabur rahim. Al-Fatiha. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Tuka kalimas. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد. أيضا السلام في الذكر كان بين المسلمين والنعم وسلام في الدول والسلام وسلمين وقال محمد وسلام في البلد وقال وسلم في كابوي الإسلام.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mukadde wawe kwatise wakulaba akatukula omulimu omukulu wano Honorable Segirinya okunoonyezaako ebibiina ekoze eki ewedde Allah bisimillahi ali wagatukulu Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam hadisi oluganyuma idha mata ibnu adam inqata amaluhu illa min thalathin senga Allah akutwala byonna bigwawo okutaka emirimu emeka emirimu esatu gyegisigalawo sadakatul jaariya gwe mulimu wetuliko bisimillah haji mafumafu tukwate musabalibolo Segirinya tumukolera omulimu omulungi ku lwa Allah akira ye naye tugiteeketeeke biidhnillahi subhanahu wa taala tukwate musawo inshallah sitarakamamishe tukwate biidhnillah tumukolera omulimu omulungi bismillah
nga tumaze okusabira muganda waffe twandiyagadde ekitundu ekyo tusemberera okukimaliriza ng'enkola yaffe bwefaanana oba bweri kituva okwegayirira Katonda okusaasira muganda waffe atakyalina kyali ekiseera kyalimu tekyetaaga kumanya poloti bwe yenkana yadde ekyapa ky'ettaka yadde kandi y'emmotoka. Tusaba Allah ayisize okwo amusonyiwe amusaasire amugaziize kabuli ye Allah amutusisinkanye mujjana. Mu kiseera kino olw'okuba wano waliwo abafu abatambula tewabaawo n'omufu agalamidde wano kikakasibwa kitegeerekeka buli ali wano olindiridde olunaku olufaanana bwe lutyo. Njagala omukulu w'ettwale lino omukulembeze w'abasiraamu meseji kandituusa ayimiridde wano nze nteekeddwa okwogera mu kifo kino kubanga nze mukulembeze w'abasiraamu mukasanga titawuni kanso bwe kimu wagenda oli obutwa naawe kubanga era bwe nyimirira wano era waliwo bekiruma era waliwo kibagamati lwaki oyo era bijja bigerekeka tunayagaba omukulembeze. Meseji isebo omukulu w'ettwale lino tuusa meseji eri abantu bano mu biro byogenda okutuusa muteekwa okuba wano nga waliwo abantu ab'empisa embi aba bagambeko mulokoke emitima mu bikolwa mu ndowooza mu mbeera mu nfaanana mu nneeyisa nga waliwo olunaku olufaanana luno. Sebo Sheikhe Sebo Sheikhe jangu otuuse ebigambo byo insha Allahu taala. لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. bakungubazi bannaffe inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Akaseera kano ke tulimu si kangu nnyo. Olunaku nze lwe nasooka okukakasa nti ensinzifu lwe nalaba maama waffe maama wa Segirinya nga bamutayira ku palamenti ng'akaaba amaziga nenkakasa nti ensi yekoze eki esaanyewo. Naye bwe kibanga olwaleero bwakedde ku makya nga Segirinya Muhammad bamubise ku situloko gye yakola ng'omuntu yayimirizeewo buli ali wano weekambireko kubanga bwemba enkya sinze ngenda oba oluta omuzindaalo gwokola ki kubanga tekyali akulumirirwa tekyali akola ki akulumirirwa era beera wano ng'okimanyi nti gwoddako. Naye Katonda omulungi bwe yalifa atutegeeza yatugamba annahu la taakhudhuhu sinatun wala nawm, tasumagirangako era mubabongo otakakola ki kalimu. Ate buli ebigenda mu maaso abiraba kuba alinawe yatuuka n'agamba okumanya okufa kwa mazima walau kuntum fi buruji mushayyada nebamunaabeera wansi mu ki ano nebamunazimba wansi mu ttaka nemubeera mu goloofa nga newoleeta bomu tekola ki Katonda yejja kuno nayo. era byonna bitulaga nti fenna tukola ki tugenda wabula olulo terunnatuuka n'olwange terunnatuuka olwa Segirinya lwakoze eki lwe lwatuuse. Abantu ba Katonda mwenna abali wano abagenyi ba Segirinya, buli omu nnyamba okwate munno mu ngalo omugambe tonkola nga kye baakola Segirinya. Era nkusabuddemu omutunuulira akulinaanye omugambe nti abaakola Segirinya ekyo baamuli ku lusegere nga bonninaanye, kubanga tebaabambalala tebaaba kkoboko wabula be baali ku lusegere lwe ekiseera ekyo. Abagenyi ba Segirinya tetulina ssuula eyitibwa suulate Nansi, eyitibwa ni Nansi. Abasiraamu 99 bagimanyi. Abasiraamu suulatu Nansi, abasiraamu 99 bagikola ki bagimanyi. Endala bayinza okuba tebakola ki tebazimanyi. Katonda agamba bwati yategeeza owekitiibwa Muhammadi sallallahu alaihi wasallama kul yatula a'udhu birabbi nnas, neewogoma mu Katonda w'abantu. Naye ng'atamulagira okwatula ekyo yakoze eki yamutumye oba ntegerekeka yakoze eki naye amulaga nti bogendamu si baki si bangu era kolagane nabo bawerekeramu. Statement ey'okubiraddako n'agamba nti maliki nasi yatula gwe Muhammadi sallama nti neewogoma mu kabaka w'abaki w'abantu. Lwaki yali akimugamba nazaako statement yakusatu n'agamba nti ilahi nasi, nze Katonda yakola ki kitegeeza nze nsinga okubakola ki okubamanya mbakutumamu naye bagendemu nga weesibe mmeka weesibe bbiri. Namugamba obutomato omala yatule min sharri lwaswasi khannas, ate era nkwewaza ebyo ebiri mu mitima gyabwe ekkole kubitizi n'ensaalwa n'obutaagaliza yebyatuwa ku Segirinya. Kati gamba akulinaanye ebyo byogenda okuntuusaako kubanga abantu basibikasibika obunnyo ng'okuli kumpi naye ng'olwayi yema kyagenda okutuusaako. N'agamba Katonda alladhi yuwaswis, eyo fitina n'ensaalwa n'enge n'obutaagaliza obuli mu mitima gyaki fi suduri nnasi, butudde mu mitima gy'abantu batambula nabo n'omusanga ng'aseka abasiraamu n'akula neki n'essalaamu naye wallahi yagenda okutta. Kati lwaki mwenna temusiraamugira ddala? Baba obusiraamu bwabeewaza ebibi byonna. Onale oyuli eyo nsoma Kulaani, gwe weekira gwe munnange eyo nsoma ki Kulaani. Ngambira akulinaanye ebyo seeka byayogedde tobintuusangako, gamba akulinaanye. Abantu babi nsaba Katonda ow'ekitiibwa mwenna abali wano abagenyi ba Segirinya, Mungu buli omu amuwe kyayagala ati mumanyire, naye atantukingiriza ebyo n'abo abakabagaliza ettaka. Kali muntu akabagaliza ttaka gwolowooza nti golina omusanyukira. Seeka bosi ono alina etuwa gyakulembedde, ogikulembedde seeka bosi bosome kumu. Seeka etuwa gyasomye ekikoze ekimu kisibe ekisomye. Seeka etuwa gyasomye njagala kubabuulira kino. Abagambye mukole mutya emikono mukole mundabe mugirekere muyateekayo girekereyo abagala mukole mutya ateekayo ndabe kyewebuzeeko kyabadde ki kubanga nga buli omu kaalina akakwate mu ngalo akole bwati emikono gye edduwa seeka gy'abasomedde mugisaddaakireko etambule mangu oba kiddemu edduwa seeka gy'abasomedde mugisaddaakireko etambule maki mangu seeka yuga bweyasomedde njagala agiddemu bekwata kyolina okole bwoti n'engalo zo emikono nga gizeeyo teeka emikono nga kuba gikoze nga seeka asoma era yennyini yagenda okukola ki okusoma sinze
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فلولا إذا بلغت الحلقوم وأنتم حينئذ تنظرون ونحن أقرب إليه منكم ولكن لا تبصرون آية iri mu Qur'anul Karim Honorable Segirinya yabikibwa ku ssaawa 3 ako kawenja aye yegamba falawula idha balagatil hulqum yabaffe omwoyo gw'omuntu senga guba gutuuse mu ddookooli omwoyo gwatuuse mu ddookooli nenkubira abayambi ba Honorable Segirinya ne baŋŋamba omusajja akyali mulamu ne mbagamba nti nno omusajja yafudde dda Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam yagamba iza maata ibuni adamu baabanga afudde omuntu mintwaa amaluhu gye gutukawo emirimu gye gyonna illa thalasa okujjako ebintu 3 byokka oteekwa okuba nga walekawo omuzikiti oba oluzzi oba omuyembe awaladun salihu oba nga oleseewo omwana omulongoofu ntegeezebwa abakulembeze b'ekitundu kino waliwo obwetaavu ku mizikiti gyabwe buli muntu yenna alina kyalina tebakaka muntu nga bwe tukikoze ekawempe embogo kwata kyolina okiteeke wano bagule emisaala omuntu yenna anaaba asalidde ku musala gye banaagabanya ajja kuba nga Honorable Segirinya afuna empeera mu mbeera efaanagana bwetyo mbasaba n'obuwombeefu buli omu akwate kyalina tukiteeke wano abakulu bagende bagule emisaala egyo munnaffe agende mu kabuli ye nga tumuteeseteese bulungi sallallahu ala Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam Allahumma hdina fiman hadaita wa afina fiman afaita amin وتولنا فيمن توليت وبارك خير فيما أعطيت وقنا شر ما قضيت فإنك تقضي ولا يقضى عليك فإنه لا يعز من واليت ولا يذل من واليت تبارك ربنا وتعاليت فلك الحمد على ما قضيت نستغفرك اللهم ونتوب إليك أي الله تقوى جميعا Ayo watugamba mu kitabo ky'ekitukuvu Qur'ani ala atubaddiya amsalakum osobola okukyusa ababadde ab'amaanyi naye Allah tukusaba otukyusizeemu otuwe ku buyinza naffe tusobole okutereeza eggwanga lyaffe lino ayi Allah tukusaba ayi Allah tukusaba otutaase abantu abalina ensa Ay Allah tukusaba obutaasa abantu abalina ensaalwa Ay Allah tukusaba abantu bonna abaagala okutuusa ku bakulembeze baffe obulumbaganyi Ay Allah tukusaba obutaasa abantu abo Ay Allah tukusaba otukyusizeemu tukooye okubeera mu mbeera eno ng'abantu baffe bali mu makomera Ay Allah tukusaba abaana baffe bonna abaasibwa obataase Ay Allah ewabaawo omuntu wano yenna yenna ng'alina obulumbaganyi bonna bwayagala okutuusaako tukusaba omutaase. Ayi Allah tukusaba ne bandogedde wano baleme kuwaayiriza bano abaka baffe tebalina ebijambiya. Ayi Allah tukusaba okutaasa abantu abo. Ogere ku mazima titubadde tusaba kimu okubeera nti twagala buyinza. Bifadhili subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salaamun ala al-mursalin.
Sallallahu ala Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Sallallahu ala Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Ala Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Mwebale abalina kyemukoze ekigendererwa kibadde kyakufunayo sadaka ku jjali ya Segirinya asigale ng'agabanako. Ne bwe twaliguzeeyo emisaala 5 basaalireko Segirinya afune mu mpeera, afune ku mpeera ezo. N'olwekyo mu mbeera efaanana bw'etyo sente z'onyiga batugamba nti almaalu maali. Allah tugamba nti ezo sente zemulemedde zange, waljannatu daari, n'ejjana gye mukaayanira nayo yange. Ishtari aljanna bilmaali, ejjana mugigule nga mukutteko mu nsawo zammwe muteekewo akasente. Embeera efaanana bw'etyo bwe mbanga bwe musobodde alhamdulillah senjayo lekano Sheikh akasoma ahabibu habibaka hauna ma asa an akuna bagidhaka yawma ma. Kwana emikwano naye ng'olekamu, kwana emikwano ng'olekamu. Kugenda kera kumaca nga badde mukwano gwofa mpega imulamewo nambeemu. Nayogera natugamba nti la taman swadika, tewesiganga ow'omukwano hatta tujariba, okujjako ng'omaze mugezesa. Muze wano mu mpewo, muze wano kulaba nti Segirinya kumukungubagira, ate muli mikwano gye, ate mugambye okumutera ku akawunti ye. Solo ala nabi. Mumbeera efaanana bwetyo tubeebazizza kudaibalwa. Mumbeera efaanana bwetyo tubeebazizza. Ekyo kye musobodde tusaba Allah ayisize okwo asaasire muganda waffe Muhammad Segirinya. Mumbeera efaanana bwetyo eyo program njagala okubategeeza tubadde omukulu w'ettwale wano mu butongole. Njagala okubategeeza omukulu w'ettwale sebo situkotole ku salaamu, sikotole ku salaamu. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Kimukoze kyabbeeyi era kyattendo okubeerawo bannaffe, oba oliawo naawe enkya tujja kubeerawo kwe. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi.
Amanya gange nze Sheikh Muhammad Masembe nga ndi mu kibiina kya National Unity Platform nga nze nakwasibwa ensonga z'eddiini. Kintu ekyo kintunze nnyo mu bantu bangi. Salamu alaikum sebo nkwebaza olw'okubanga otuwa ekitiibwa. Salamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Muhammad
sikotole ku salaamu. Twandiyagadde mutegeere nti ebisomeddwa bivudde mu bawalimu era tusomye fulaavi. Tola salaamu.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Naserabidde sekatakapi amanya n'eddoboozi bampita Muhammadi Kato Pangalira Kisasi.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mbakasozi Kadimane Zukuli Ekyaddondo, Nze Katongole Abbas Mayanja. Mukkirize ntuuse n'essalaamu ya Meeya Ssempeebwa, Meeya w'ekitundu kino. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Amanya Sheikh Sulaimani Senyonjo abandi gwe bamanyiga Mr. Nankulabe. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ndobozi ziseko mulugosa era ngera ko nekano sagala kubalume ngati nze chairman wa Waislamu saigero mubendo beno naye oli jago mu kufuga je komanto lya kusalamu sobwe tola salamu
Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oyo jago mu kufuga je koma nogero kugalubuli obo fitina kale so mumere fana bweto ekitongole ekiwali mutemwe kwasamwe banabawulire nti omukolo basomye duwate kubadde bamaseeka baseeka kwe bali kyamaani waali wetwale waali n'abayambi. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Engalo z'empulira nga twebaza Sheikh Bosa Sebo Sheikh Bosa tweyanza nnyo tweyanzeege okulaba nti muganda waffe mukwano gw'abangi omubaka w'Ekawempe Honorable Muhammad Segirinya twebaza nnyo bamasheikh mukadde waffe Sheikh Masembe Muhammad taata tusiimye nnyo Sheikh Katongole ne bamasheikh mwenna basaba ne bannyabo obudde butukutte naye twagala okusooka okutwala omukisa guno nga tetunnagera puroguramu ndala yonna okusooka okubanjulira abamu ku bagenyi si bagenyi olwaleero wabula emikwano abakungubazi aba muganda waffe Honorable Muhammad Segirinya. Ninawo nga tugenda okukola omulimu guno omubaka wa Kyadondo East Honorable Muwada wa Kunyingi Sebo webale kubeerawo.
People power,
our power,
our power,
people power.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum zamaliriza omubaka tino omubaka omukyala oluwakiso Honorable Betty Ethel Nalima kabatolere ku salamu.
People power, our power, NUP, everywhere. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mikwano tugenda kukomawo kuba parliament yatukwasizza omulimu guno tubenga twogerako gye muli naye twongera okuba nga tumanya abagenyi abali mu kitundu kino.
Tuyinawo ono mukwano gwange ate nga mukwano gwa Segirinya afuuka muganda we ate nga bawangaala bonna bawangadde bonna batobye bonna ate nga naye asola yava from wansi eyo n'abeera kansala nga Segirinya. Olugendo lwe lufaanana lwa Segirinya yali road kansala n'afuuka omubaka wa parliament ate nga n'essaawa zino fayiro Segirinya agimuleseeko. Ye mubaka owa bwino Honorable Alan Sewanyana omubaka wa Matigos.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. People power, our power. Sijja kwogera bingi naye nange ntwala mukisa guno okubaaniriza mu statement gavumenti nti omuntu gwe batuusizzaako obulabe obulamu bwe ne bugenda mpola abadde muntu w'abantu. Oluguudo lwe mutambudde okuva e Kawempe bannakawempe okumala essaawa 4 okutuuka wano olwaleero ate nga mukyaliwo kabonero kankukunala akalaga nti Honorable Segirinya tabadde mutemu wabula abadde muntu w'abantu ayamba obulamu bw'abantu okusobola okusigala nga bukyagenda mu maaso. Isigadde nja byogera nga akaseera katuuse. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa Amsterdam. Era omukungu ono nyinimu Ssaabasajja Kabaka wa Buganda yamusiima okumukulemberako ebbendobendo eryo ery'Abadaaki. Omukungu kusaba oyimirire kuba tugenda kuwa maaso awo ojja otuusa obubaka eri abakungubazi.
Assalamu alaikum abasiraamu.
mwebale kujja bangi bwe muti nakwogera ng'ekitabo kyange kituuse inshallah.
Abalala begenda okwanjula temugenda kutola salaamu. Tulinawo meeya ow'e Kasangati omukulu Tom Mwange. Tulinawo omukulu eyakwatira kaadi ekibiina kya National Unity Platform
yasse Segirinya. Ffenna tugendagenda wa ekibiina ky'obufuzi ekisinga amaanyi. Kati FDC n'abakulembeze baayo baategeka convention e Hague mu Netherlands. Kati abategesi ba convention eyo nze nabo twali twafunamu obutakkaanya nga mbagamba temumpa kitiibwa Bannayuganda kujja mu convention. Nabo bagamba nti bo nga bafumbidde bagamba Bannayuganda mujje Hague ejjule. Baategeka obutebe nga 100. Dr. Besigye agenda otuuka eyo ng'alaba abantu 10. Obutebe bungi bw'olunene nga temuli bantu. N'atandika okubuuza kiki ekituuse wano. Kati Segirinya awulira njagala ntuukewo awo. Ssekajugo yaganya abantu okuki. Segirinya n'agamba Ssekajugo y'ani? Ayinza okugaana abantu okujja tutegekera obutebe kwe trip eyo yaliko Lord Mayor, yaliko Dr. Besigye ne Segirinya lunaku yasooka okulinya ennyonyi era agamba abadde nga bamuwuliriza nti Dr. yamulinyisa ennyonyi yasooka. Kati bava eyo Segirinya akuba omuntu omulawo nga kusi n'agamba naye omanyi ndi mu KCCA ate ng'oggyeko Dr. Besigye okunfunya visa naye basasulidde ka trip kano nina okubayo accountability naye n'awayo obutebe nemugamba nkole ntya tutandika omukwano no nangamba nze nfunire abantu konze kawuke nenkunga abantu ne bajja weba Segirinya ebifaananyi byafuluma ng'ajjuza abantu Besigye amubuuza ate gwe babasanzeewa toli omusajja yandeetedde abantu. Kati ne tutandikira awo okuzimba omukwano ekyavamu nangamba kakati ngenda nakwesimbawo ku bwa sipiika bwa SSA ne tulobinga nze mbadde nnyo mu biwangezi we naye at some point nga neesawo nkwatamu era akalulu akaka ke baatuwangula ku bwa deputy speaker kankola bubi kubanga nakafandinga kumpi kwemalako kasente kona naye ne batuwangula twakkiriza. Kati bwe batuwangula Segirinya nga ngenda kwesimba okubaka bwa palamenti konze batuwangudde ku bwa speaker kati ate obubaka nangamba tugenda kola tutya kati ngenda kutandika tutegeke emipiira tukole ki era omupiira ogwo ogututwala mu 2021 elections finals zaaliko Mamboga nzijukira bandi awo Segirinya ngamba emipiira bagisambye finals ziriko Mamboga naye sirina nti gyengenda kuwa bantu sente zambeddeko nga ngenda mu faamu ya mukazi wange nga gijjamu nti nga ngitwala for Mamboga. It was a sparking point ogenda okakana nga te palamenti tugiyingidde. Segirinya essanyu lye nze libadde essanyu lyange sirina wadde 10 wadde nusu emu bweti. Segirinya gyeri akutte mu nsawo nampa naye nze ekyange naye kitugatta ye bw'abeera bulungi n'abeekawo empindi babeera bulungi nze Katonda mba musasudde kuba teyansanga ku zero yansanga ninako bwendi baawulira wano bamuyuzayuza ebyokusoma teyasoma bamutudde mu kooti by the way Bannayuganda bakisoose kundabako mu kooti eyo Kidandala gyali agenze ng'akontestinga nti Segirinya teyasoma kubanga Segirinya gye yasomera nze mmanyiyo nze namutwala mu University mu Amsterdam n'akola diploma mu ebyo bye yasoma kubanga bali bamubuulinga ne kabali muwangula kuba speaker bwa KCCA nga bagamba tamanyi kuzungu tamanyi ki naye bwe bamala tuwangula ngamba Segirinya ddayo osome tujje wano ate mwamusilamu scholarship zibaawo ne bursaries omuntu osobola okusoma kyenyasematuka kyali kimu bwe batandika omukuba ennyo emiggo biki ne mugamba Segirinya jangu osabe political asylum ne mutwala ne muligestalinga naliko omwaka nolwajja nangamba naye bwe naabeera wano nyinza okusobola parliament asooke ngende bwe balimbonyabonya mu maaso eyo ate owuliriza mu bino naye kati mbadde wano nga nebisangamba kale singa omusajja wange namutwala oba yakkiriza kyenakola ki kyenamugamba ekisembayo abantu kyebataamanya nnyo kyekino babadde boogera eyo mu palamenti tubadde ku muzikiti baloya bakola nnyo baloya bakoze naye nga siwulira kona ku linnya lyange tudde namabega eyo naye neŋamba abantu bano naye kamba buwulire kino basinga mukyebuuza ekibuuzo ekibadde mu bannayuganda Segirinya yava atya ekigo kibuuzo kyewaliiroza ali akibaze namu yava atya ekigo bamukutte bamututte ali kigo mbambi awo waliwo omwana gweta Luwemba abadde personal assistant we nankubira esimu ngamba muzeeyi agambye linyo gye Kampala nze okay ngandija nga ngenda ekigo nabasanga ne honali Sewanyano nga twogera nga boogera nga honali bagamba tuddeko mu kasenge naye abasirikale baali balungi bannange tumanyi okugamba nti abasirikale bonna babiri naye waliwo abalungi abasajja baali babiri ne batugamba tugende mu kasenge akali private mukyala wa Segirinya yaliwo ne mukyala wa Sewanyana yaliwo naye ne bagamba abakazi musooke mubateeke ebbali ne tuyingira akasenge ne tusaba abasirikale abomu atudde wano ono atudde wano Segirinya atudde wano ne honali Sewanyana atudde wano ne bakamukeze tubeko bye twogera nti tekijja soboka mukulu musoko oba ogenda genda koze kijja kikole ki kijje nga bayanja nsonga nga twogera bye twayogera naye nga Segirinya omulaba akyuse nnyo naye kye namugamba ne tuli mu Amsterdam eyo abadde ajja nnyo namugamba Segirinya abasajja bagenda kutta nga ndabira ddala waliwo ekikola ki ekyo era baali honali Sewanyana abaddemu kyebaza bunnya atali wano nemubuulira Segirinya lwaki nali nditekitiriza ekintu ekifaanana bwe kityo Segirinya nangamba mu butuufu saamu kyebweyogera musajja kaba akola ki bampa obutwa nembuuza kati tuzzaako ki olwedda ali mukomera Segirinya agezze ebitalegedde katuka ne batubode ne tulimbalimba naye abasirikale baaliwo awo nengamba oba munkwate mukole ki munkwate netuteesa bye twateesa nebagamba kangende nemboga emmotoka yange nenzira emukono baana akatoka emukono wepa esimu endala neeruka honali bakugambye kakati nze mugende kigo nali ngenze ba Segirinya kati ono agenda okundaba ng'amanyi mukyala wange kati Segirinya amugamba abalabangana bosa mukyala wange yazanyanga Faith oba mama Kandi kati Segirinya n'agamba nti tugambire bamwita heartbeat tugambire heartbeat nti yebale nnyo kubanga ffe tubeera wano ku TV ekomera ligenda kubanga tulaba akazannyo ako ko Sewanyana nayo n'omukyala wa Juli mwami wa Juli kati Sewanyana n'ampiikinga mangu ndowooza kyamuwalizange kati akazibu kaakano ngambagamba naye ngenda kudde mu Amsterdam naye kati nkole ntya Sewanyana ono n'agamba kubanga gwebba wa Juli oyo omukazi mumanyi ensonga jazitembe tazijja kukukaza omukazi mwesiga ko Segirinya nange mwesiga nentuka emukono omukazi nemunyonyola ekyali kiddako omukazi atandika kaaba bagenda kukutta bajja kututta biki netugenda maaso naye bwemba nebasa ekiro ntandika okutakula omutwe saagala balooya munkwate bubi kubanga muyinza ogamba bba wa Juli ate kiki nze nalina looya gwemanyi eyakuguka enne mu bya human rights bamuyita Radius Lwakafuuzi
nze abadde looya wange emyaka mingi ne mbagamba nti mumanyi Lord Mayor mumanyi kapasite ye naye mukkirize on my behalf ng'omusazawo nga kyetwagala basajja mwe kuva mukomera radius bakafuzi mugatte ku pano era oyo omusajja bwemwamulaba mu kooti mujjukira yajja n'emiggo bamukwatiridde oyo lawyer I paid him with my money. Emirundi egimu kino kati ekigamba bafotosolja kubanga njaga kati twogere reality. Waliwo omuntu agamba nze banyanjudde nga Sekajugo naye nze ndi ow'ekitiibwa Saamu Sekajugo Musoke ndi member wa parliament obwa Buganda lukiiko. Era basinga bagamba ow'ekitiibwa ab'ebitiibwa tebaba na biki naye behind the curtain muyinza okwesanga nga luba fuutu soja wano nga baliwo ku lwange wano fana liposa kwenya agenda eno gyasembye okugenda wa sadiza mukono gwikwe kamera tuzirina naye tetulina mafuta gatukola ki kati Segirinya ekizibu kyandekedde kiikino yaleka ampendulidde bafuutu soja nakati mbadde awuli nansindika ow'ekitiibwa oba oli mu ggwanga oba wazzeeyo tetumanyi naye nze sirina sente zigenda kuziika amafuta emmotoka nina nesirama ki kati oba ovumo ab'ebitiibwa mulinnyangamu ku ki ekyo nno nkibagulidde misana tteke because tumanyi wayinza okuba naye si buli omuntu takola ki abaana bangi nnyo Segirinya byatwala ebweru bangi naye nga kyakola agamba visa ogifunye ngakuwandika esimu gwewandika bwotuka ku skipu kubira Sekajugo kumwandi Sekajugo oliwa nze honarebo yakoze eki nze nawalirizibwa kambabuulire kino okuddayo okusoma international human rights and integration lwabaana mmwe bano abanupu bebasiba enkya neggulu omwana ajja ne bamusiba naye kati onotandikirivu okufuna emirembe kudduka wano kati ng'olina okugenda osome ebikwata ku universal declaration of human rights kubanga byonna bwe bikola ki basically nsoma amateeka naye nga nsoma ekyo kiyinza okuyamba omuntu wa bulijjo nze nkola ne kampuni y'ennyonyi eya Dutch Airlines ekineetagisa kubeera mu bino kubanga yinza okuba omusaala gwefuna guyinza okwekana omubaka wa palamenti owa wano naye ekitubeeza mu bino be bantu bano ab'ekawempe ba Segibox bebadde eyamba tubadde ku muzikiti kulidde noono omwami ayogera bazze babawubira omusajja atanaba nakuwumula naye bakola ki kati eno message yammwe ab'ekawempe final message jakuba ku lwesandi naye kati eno yammwe okubateekateeka abazungu balina waliwo omuzungu omu yawandika akatabu you can trust a secret terrorist. Omusajja oyo yasooka n'akola research ku ngeri eryato lino lye bayita Titanic gye lyansinkingamu mu mazzi ne bibira abantu bonna balimu ne bakola ki ne bafa lyali lyato ddene naye omusajja bwe yakola research yagamba bw'ati tolonyana jangu omusajja oyo bwe yalaba baali abagagga babiri mu Amerika nga bebeetooloolerako ebyenfuna mu Amerika ng'omu bajja mu dola ng'egwa bwazamu ng'ennaye nga bali bameka kati omu n'ayagala asigale mu field yekka omu bw'ati kati yakola n'agamba nina okugjawo ono Ssemwanyana naye ngenda kola ntya kati ne bamuwa amagezi ndowooza banne mufuule mukwano gwo nnyo yali competitor n'atandika okugetinga very close to the other competitor kati ono mubuguyavu ye alowooza nti ono gwe yali enemewe afuuse mukwano gwe nga batandika kusharinga ngoye kusharinga byakulya biki kakati omuzungu omusajja oli kye bamukola bamubuza ogenda mujjawo otya kati ng'omugagga ono omu yali mwejjajjasi ayagala nnyo ebintu by'okumuwaanawana omukubira engalo kati era twakukiri kyembagambye bakinagamba Segirinya bajja kukutta kaakati musajja wange ono ye nga bwemukubira engalo akyamuka nnyo nemugambeza engalo ze bakubira ku musajja wange bajja kuba engalo ne bajja kukola ki kaakati nga niso nasoma akatabo ako kati ng'amufuula mukwano gwe nga kati omusajja akola eryato eryo lyebayita Titanic ng'aliteekako buli kimu ekirungi nga bakyali they advertised a lot era omuntu anasooka okulinnya ku Titanic eno agerako abagenzi mu byafaayo kati omulago ono mwejajasi agala lukutta kolo kyalinnya eryato lyaseenya nebikala gye nalatuuka kati ogwokubiri omuntu yabuukira tiketi mangu nga bweyabana mu New York nalideze ne Segirinya ogwasoma naye guno ogwokubiri eryato olwasinke nga bwe riti ne bajjamu empiso eryato ne likka liti naye omusajja oyo yafa ne famire ye yonna. You can trust a separate what? Terrorist. Bino bigambo binagamba Segirinya singa yampuliriza singa tali wano singa tetuli wano naye kati abo abajja bemulaba abo abajja babawulira buwulira beekamebe Segirinya nazibaziikibwa mufune mubuze lwaki batuwuubirabuubira naye omusajja n'abakola ki Ssaabasajja Kabaka omwaka ebbali guggwako yawandika ekiwandiiko kya kopi 12 nengera kwajjirako eki yali abavubuka mujja kule musome ekiwandiiko ekyo kubanga kiri ku intaneti yagamba tugenda mu kulonda okwa 2026 naye abavubuka temulwaniriza buli ekibajja ne bakibaguza mutwale obudde mwefumiitirize nnyo nga temunaba kusalawo okusalawo kwoku abavubuka beekawempe baali badde mufuna mu Segirinya abakyala mubadde mufuna naye tulonye omuntu nga is the best substitute agenda okudya Segirinya mu biki olina wanajja nga asibya amataayi ayogera oluzungu n'aserezasereza mugende empola mpola segenda kwesimba okawempe temugamba nti abyogera kubanga njagala naye script yaffe tukyagirina ab'ekawempe amusada mukyagadde okubanga Segirinya yakoze eki kimunene mujagira ab'ekaddugala evamu amusada mujja ne France twalina njagala tutuule ne famire eno tutuule naki mukunaba kwe kusiima kwammwe mujja kulaba ng'eddwaliro likomyewo Segibox ejja kudda Segirinya yakokoma kwa palamenti nga nekateeka oluki yali musajja mumpi bw'ati nga nze nali manyize mumpi asimbayo naye nga tuyimirira nkoma wano naye akoze wetunaatuukira ku lw'Essande nja kuba alternative nenye ennyonyizireyo wa mulimbuulire kinaddaku mulaba ku byange munakola ki
banange twebaze omukulu ow'ekitiibwa Saamu Ssekanyiko Matongo sebo ekitiibwa tweyanze nnyo tweyanzege basaba ne banyawo people power our power NUP njagala tusooke twebaza abantu bano njagala basebo ne banyawo tukube engalo ez'omwanguka twebaze Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala eyatuwa Honorable Muhammad Segirinya tukube engalo ez'amaanyi njagala basebo ne banyawo abantu abakuŋŋaanye wano muneegatteko twebaze abantu bano wammanga njagala twebaze President waffe His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Bobi Wine ezengalo tugenda ku President wa Uganda musooke muwulirize nga temunnamwebaza muwulirize nga temunnamwebaza President Kyagulanyi Robert Ssentamu Bobi Wine ayagadde Segirinya amulambudde mu bulwadde amulaze ensi amwagadde mbasaba ku lwa Segirinya Muhammad Mr. President tukube engalo ez'amaanyi pulezidenti waffe gyali yonna tumusiime olw'obwagazi bwalaze mukwano gwaffe pulezidenti teyanzanyo ngamaliriza nsaba twebaza obukulembeze bwa national unity platform obuliko sekretary general n'abakulembeze b'ekibiina bonna tubeebaze. Ntegeezeddwako nti omukungubazi omukulu atuuse. Mumanyi kyekitegeeza omukungubazi omukulu nga bw'ajja nsaba nyanjula abantu bano wammanga olumala abawehonalegwe omuwada abawe puroguramu. Tulinawo abakulembeze ab'enjawulo betuli nabo. Tulinawo kansala okube nankulabyeyo mama Saamu wubira ku bantu. Mama Saamu tuli naye. Tulinawo kansala Sulaiman Senyonjo okube nankulabye sebo bale kubeerawo. Tulinawo abakubi b'amasimu Muganda nge Segirinya gyawangaalira abakulembeddwamu ambasada wa Firebase namwe tubaliriza enate. Tulinawo abacomedians Muganda wange Sebanja ntegezeddwa waali ate Sebanga naye tuli naye. Tulinawo muganda wange Malimbolimbo Pika. Tulinawo kyagala okwebaza abakulembeze ba Kyadondo East nga mukwano gw'abangi Honorable Muwada Nkunyingi abategese abalina kye bakoze Meya Sempebwa Tone Kiyimba sebo webale nnyo webale ddala. Twebaza ba foot soldiers bannange ba foot soldiers bannaye sikirabanga abaana bano batambuza bigere kuva Wambogo kuva Rubaga. Bano ba foot soldiers bwe baawulira ne bannakawempe nti mukwano gw'abangi alabika agenda bannange tukubire ba foot soldiers engalo ez'amaanyi. Mwebale nnyo mwebale eddala. Tulina abakyala abavudde awo Kaleerwe waliwo ne yatambuza ebigere Segirinya yamuyamba era omukyala oyo ajja kwogera. Bannakawempe nammwe mwebale nnyo mwebale eddala. Kansala Sweet Apollo naye tumulabye muganda kansala medical abasewo Honorable Muwada Nkunyingi ategeze program eddaawoko.
People power. People power. Our power. NUP. Basebo ne banyabo abakungubazi bashaffe mwenna. Announcement isatu z'enjagala osooka okukola. Ekisooka wadde enteekateeka zonna ez'okugalabiza muganda waffe engeri gy'abadde mubaka wa paalamenti nga kikakata ku paalamenti okubanga ezisasulira naye ku lw'ennono yaffe n'obulungi bwa famire yalonze omukyala atudde awo ku katebe awo ku tenti wano awalinaanye maama ayina ekitabo buli ayina amabugo eri famire ojja kutambula mpolampola ojjawo ku tenti waliwo omukyala n'ekitabo otuuse okusaasirako eri famire butereevu n'amabugo era bujja kusomebwa. Omusumba omu yali asomesa n'agamba nti obuyambi obutono bwandisinga okusaasira okungi wadde buli kyonna kyetaagisa. Kale buli alinayo kasobola okuyamba famire ku nsonga ezaabwe ze balina okutwakwataganya. Tukusaba oba olina kyonna ky'olina mu kalense y'ensi yonna tuukira awo ku tenti omukyalo oyo gw'olaba atudde katebe awalinaanye maama obenga otuusaayo amabugogo. Ekyokubiri eri emmeeza gye mulengera bateekateeka kyaggulo. Tetwabaze
twaniriza ssabakunzi w'ekibiina kya National Platform.
So mbadde mbalagirira emmeeza ey'amabugo omukyalo oyo ku lwa famire.
enteekateeka egenda mu maaso wali naye yabwerere naye bajja balagirira abakwatibwako ensonga eyo. Twagambye abakwatibwako ensonga eyo. Twagambye ofuna okutendewalirwa tonoonya kasiko wabula Masaka engeri okuba enteekateeka endala ekikanyizibwako bajja kusiibula wano essaawa 4 okwolekera Masaka olunaku olw'enkya. Kyakubiri bwe zinaawera essaawa mu foundation nnene bwe tuba tuziika oba ekyo yatula kikakata ekirungi mukanda waffe Segirinya byamwogeddeko byonna okuva Katonda bwe yamujja mu nsi byonna bigambo birungi. Bamwogeramu obusaddaaka abange obusiraamu butusomesa nti omuntu Katonda bw'amujjulula emirimu gye gibanga egikomye n'okugobola mirimu emirungi kubanga okukomye okujjako bino 3 bantu bwe boogera ku Rabbuka nti yasooka n'alayira ekiro n'emisana seeka abadde asomesa wano n'agamba n'emisana seeka abadde asomesa wano n'agamba Katonda gwe twogerako atugamba ye kennyini bigambo bye mu Qur'an la ta'khudhuhu sinatun nti Katonda waffe teyeebaka tasumagira era tulina essuubi mu kusaba kwaffe n'edduwa zaffe Mukama Katonda ajja kutwanukula. Njagadde nzigumize ebyo olwo nga mbateekateeka okuyita omubaka wa paalamenti akiikirira disitulikiti y'Ewakiso mu paalamenti abe ng'atuusa okungubaga kwe mu lukuŋŋaana luno. Mwebale nnyo
omubaka nga bajja twaniriza
Beti Ethel Naluyima
kulusenninde sewuyimirira bakulabe gasinga sogo tulona lebo Naluyima. Omukulu ono ava mu NRM era ye mwami wa Honorable Naluyima gwe yajjayo omukyala sebo webale kuwagala Mr. Update webale kubeerawo ebyo gye mikwano onyabo omubaka wa Wakiso nga ne Mr. Kawempe bwetegeka kulwa kyebya Honorable Segirinya.
People power, our power, NUP, everywhere. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ate abakristo n'abakristo Mukama mulungi ekiseera kyonna Katonda omunene mwengaliza amaanyi. Sebo omukungubazi nate omukulu Sebo mwanyinaze Honorable Sebo mwanyinaze Honorable Mwada Mayors nga mwe muli Deputy Mayor wa Makinde Ssaabagabo, Mayor Tom Wonge, Mayor Mary era ne yali ssentebe waffe wano mu Kyaddondo East Sebo Honorable Ssenyindo Omwami, abakulembeze mwenna okuva mu kibiina kya National Unity Platform, bassebo ne bannyabo nga mwe muli ne ba foot soldiers n'abakulembeze bangi, abantu mwenna okuva mu Uganda si mmwe mwekka aba Wakiso naye mwe muli n'abakawempe North na buli omu mukkirize buli ssekinomu yenna mussizaamu ekitiibwa ki. Erinnya nze Beti Ethel Naluyima omukiise omukyala owa disitulikiti eno eya Wakiso district. Ate era mu ngeri ey'enjawulo ku lw'ababaka ba National Unity Platform banze abyuka ssentebe w'olukiiko olutwala ababaka bano mu paaliyamenti, mukkiriza ate nange benga mbeebaza okujja otubeererawo. Naye ate mu ngeri ey'enjawulo nyambadde engatto za Leader of Opposition Right Honorable Joel Ssenyonyi atwala mu paaliyamenti. Banaye tumuwe engalo ez'amaanyi kuba omulimu mukulembera. Agenda kuba twegattako era mu maaso awo naye si kati, era yantumye nga minisita we owa local government mbenga mbeerawo mu kiti ekyo. Era mu ngeri eyo nyongera okutuusa okusaasula kwa paaliyamenti ya Uganda. Nga bwe mwalabye edda paaliyamenti tweyamye mu lukiiko luno olubaddewo olunaku lwalwe tubaddemu tubeeko ensonga zetutambuza nga twongera okunyweza famire ya Segirinya, era tugenda kubeerawo bangi batutaddeko okwongera okulaba embeera zino bwe zinaatambula. Naye ate ne bwe tunaamala nga tumaze okuba nga tuwerekera munnaffe tulina ensonga zetujja okwongera okugoberera. Ekyo ng'okirese era nga abakulembeze naffe twasazeewo buli omu agenda kubaako kyatoola, era tujja kuba nga tuli ku Sande ekaddugala twanjula ki kye twatuuseeko nga paaliyamenti eyawamu okuyambako. Nsaba abakungubazi bannange twongere okwetegereza embeera bweti, kubanga mwanyinaffe muganda waffe ng'agenda fe abasobodde omulambula wonna gy'abadde, kabe mu kkomera, kabe mu malwaliro, kabe Nairobi gye yali akaseera twamutuukako. Naye Segirinya ng'omulaba nti akyali mugumu. Tukyebuuza nakati era buli omu ojja kyebuuza kiki ekyo ekyalobeera gavumenti eno okugaanira omuntu akubala.
Omubaka wa Wakiso tumwongere engalo. Maama tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzeege. People power! People power! NUP! Nina amawulire nno gegenda okubawa ebintu birabika bikyuseemu. Musooke muwulirize ebigambo bino. Bwe twabadde tumalako omwaka n'owabangi era akabiriiti ke tulina kokka Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu Bobi Wine. Muwulire na bino ebigambo. People power! Ku luno tetugenda mu bya bulijjo. Mwawulidde Dankani mumumanyi omutamiivu wa Museveni ng'ayagala mutwe gwa pulezidenti. Naye omutwe gw'ayagala amanye obuzito bwe buzitowa. Mposa ayagala bamuleetere pirisira, bayita pirisira, oyo tugenda kumutereeza. Basaba ne bannyabo amawulire genfunye mu ddakiika ntono nnyo pulezidenti Kyagulanyi Ssentamu agenda kutonda Kyagulanyi. Ekyokubiri njagala muwulirize na bino. Yino puroguramu ey'enkya. Tuwasaba omubiri gw'omugenzi Honorable Muhammad Segirinya okunaava wano gugenda kutwalibwa muba filosofomu okutereezebwa. Naye tugamba abantu abali ku social media, Honorable Segirinya yali asabye tumutambuza obusozi bwa Kampala. Abantu abali okutandikira mu Kawempe North Constituency ku luguudo lw'e Masaka, Mpigi, musimbe ebitooke, tugenda kuyitawo nga tukungubagira Honorable Muhammad Segirinya. Ab'emmere nga bwe mwetereeza mwalikuttemu katini ne tumala okulambika abantu. Mikwano gyaffe mwenna, olunaku olw'enkya Segirinya abadde wa ggwanga lyonna. Mubeere ku makubo, musimbe ebitooke, abakuba embuutu musikube. Omulwanyi ono oba Masaka tutuuka bukedde, naye tugenda kukola ki? Kumwaniriza. People power! tubadde engalo pulezidenti kuba ali mu kkubo ezigumwaniriza. Awanno nga maliriza twaniriza sipiika wa KCCA ate nga ajati Zahala Mala Yulika naye atwebaseeko maama twaliriza nnyo. Mu kaseera kano ng'abantu bwe bagenda okufuna ekyokulya munzikirize mpite maama Davis Mayinja omu ku abo olwalebo Mamadi Segirinya bye yakwatako n'ayamba omwana we eyali agongobadde n'amuleeta mu Kawempe North Hospital. Mama Davis Mayinja jangu oyogere kubanga tewali mukolo gw'oyinza kwogererako. Kwebaza waliwo n'abaana olwalebo Segirinya bye yayamba abazze namwe mujembalage ensi. People power! People power! NUP! Ne finito gyali akwagala akole ki awulire. Ono Mama Davis Mayinja abaana musooke mujje nga Mama Davis tannayogera kuba abantu bano twagala ensi ebalabe. Kiki kye mumanyi ku Honorable Segirinya kye yabakolera?
Tutuusa okusaasira famire ya mukulu Honorable Segirinya wamu n'ekibiina kya NUP kubataka abadde omulungi ennyo. Bamusinkana n'atukola vidiyo n'afaanana Katonda n'atusuubiza byatufunirayo ku basale naye bw'atyo Mukama wamujjulidde. Naye tusaba Mukama omwoyo gwe aguwumize mirembe. Abadde muntu mulungi nnyo, azimbye amalwaliro mangi nnyo. Naye ntuulawo ne neebuuza lwaki abalungi bafa mangu ate ababi ne bawangaala.
Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala. Maama jangu wano. Omukyalo ono njagala mumutunuulire bulungi. Abagoberera NTV omubaka Muhammadi Segirinya bwe yali nga tannasibibwa mwalaba bwe yayolekera e Luweero ne ambulensi ye ng'aliwo omwana eyagongobala nga talina buyambi. Segirinya n'agenda n'amukwatako bwe yamukwatako n'amuyamba okulaba nti amuleeta mu ddwaliro n'amujjanjaba n'awona. Ekyennaku omwana oyo yamala n'afa. Honorable Mamadi Segirinya taliwe yali amuyamba yafa ali mu kkomera. Maama tukusaba webale nnyo ddala. Mr. Kawempe ojja kuba weetegeka maaso awo. People power! Emmere tebatabula bannange tuwulirize ennyabo.
Enene era yali ateredde naye obuzibu ne bujja nali ne bamuteeka mu kkomera. Nalemererwa nga sikyasobola kwongerayo omwana kufuna tugenzi nga bukyali kiteekeddwa. Omwana yawummula naye nsaba Mukama Katonda ebirungi byonna mulalibu byakoze ku nsi kuno ali mu bajeti amuyingiza ejjana kubanga yesaala yokka gyenyinza kati okusabira muganda wange sikyalina kyensobola kwongeza nga musasire ebyamusobako amuyingiza ejjana.
webale nnyo webalire ddala. People power! Our power! Twongera okwaniriza abakulembeze be tuli nabo. So omukulu Abdani Semugoma meya wa awe Kampala Central yimirira abantu bakulabe.
People power, our power, people power.
Kakati omukulu oyo starter yimirirako. Nja kumwanjula maaso awo naye wankizo nnyo. Mwami Kabogoza abaddewo nnyo eri muganda wange Segirinya. Kakati bano ngenda batwala mu kirindi. Mulabye Mr. Update abagoberedde amawulire ag'enjawulo nga mulaba abantu balomba nab'edduwa, nga mulaba abantu beyagendanga nabo ku streeti, waliwo beyakubanga nabo amasimu. Abantu bano wakiri beyanjule. Nja kusaba mukulu Thomas Bagonza ogenda kwogera ku lw'abantu bano. Waliwo Katongole tiimu eyo na Honorable Segirinya eyatandika naye ebadde etambula nayo mujje tubawe omukisa mwogere ku mukwano gwammwe. Honorable Thomas Bagonza, mukulu Dr. Mirembe Joel tegezeddwako oli webale kubeerawo. Mukyala Nantege Patience oyinza gwayo omusajja n'atanyanjula webale kubeerawo. Nalabye ku mukulu Kayanja naye waali abo bonna webali. Tiimu eno etambudde nawe bisebo Ambassador Fabrice. Jangu bano bonna badde mikwano gya Segirinya. Tiimu Segirinya nabo webali. Mukulu Map Media nawe mukulu bamuyita Katongole be bamu Mr. Update batambudde nabo mu kutambuza emirimu. Ngenda kuwa Katongole abalala bajja kutoola salaamu.
Basawo ne banyabo omukama mulungi ekiseera kyonna okuwa amasimu ku leediyo n'abaga bakulembeza ab'enjawulo. Mukulu Ssekajiko namutegeera nvuga Segirinya mu 2014 kwasi nyanjigiriza driving school nenditomulina emotoka nembeera nga muvuga mpaka nga road kansala. Mukulu Ssekajiko nakutegeera 2015 era ngera kusooka nkwogereko because nasooka nze nenkukyawa lwansonga nti olwego Segirinya muba bagambanga nti akolagana ne gavumenti nga beebuuza lwaki Segirinya agenda nnyo ebweru nga kansala, naye nga Ssekajiko yateekamu tiketi yamusasulira jangu bwatyo. So njagala okwebaza besipulako physically tulabyeko lwaleero. Webale nnyo webalire ddala, wakola kyamaanyi nnyo bulamu bwa Segirinya. Webale nnyo webalire ddala. Sijja kwogera bingi kuba Segirinya ayambye abantu bangi nnyo. Waliwo abaana abamu be yaweerera bwe twajja sayidi z'ennansana eyo Adamu Atiku waliwo abamumanyi yarabweyanga alina komi y'abaana bajjaja baweerera abaana b'obwereere enansana eyo. So Segirinya bingi byakoledde abantu bingi era abonabomwana kunyingi abadde akyogerako nti wabawo omuntu yenna amanyi Segirinya tiyamunyiiza akyogere. Ekyamazima okuva e Kampala okugenda kula tu booda Segirinya terasobola ogera ku kigambo kibi because ebyotweddakola nebitegerekeka. Kyengenda okwogerako ku nsonga y'ebijambiya nasobola kuba Segirinya okumala emyaka 2. Segirinya nga n'okusala obusazi enkooka ayita musiraamu nasobola gisa. Kati neebuuza oliya eyateekawo ekintu ekigambo Segirinya y'omu kubateekamu ssente lwakumu bakwata ejjambiya n'agenda atima abantu ekyo kyewunya. So mu mbeera eyo kisobola kwogera bingi kwabaganda bage bangi ngenda kukomaawo naye nga tusaaliddwa nnyo tugenda kufuna muntu alinga Segirinya.
Ambassador Fabrice tola salaamu.
Bananga abasiraamu salaamu aleikum. Ambassador Fabrice naketi naye nze kyensinza okwagala ku Segirinya bale mwagadde Segirinya ng'afudde bannayuganda. Tuyise ku makubo nga bamuwuubira buki nabye posta ku ebyobufuzi biri mu ggwanga lino. Nabye posta ng'omuntu talaba nakuwulirayo naye nga bamuvuganya baatimbye dda naye nga ye bannange mulubale mumwagaliza kufa ekiba ekyo kyewuunyiza nnyo. Naye laba ng'abantu bannabufuzi bannange nedda mubeerengako n'ekisa ebyobufuzi ebitumalangamu omuntu anaba kufa omwana Adamu mugenda mubanga abanoonya kampeyini mubadde mulaale nga baleeta omulambo naye emikono giri waggulu naye ndabanga bisoba kawempe neŋŋamba ati bannange bano bandekedde bakyagenda kufa nsigadde masana fabese natene kubanga nganze Segirinya Katongole sokolide nganze wemanyi kubanga azaddirira abakubi b'amasimu mu ggwanga ninga vaisi w'abakubi b'amasimu natandika naye ng'akuba amasimu era nga ffe tumuyita ddoboozi ly'ekyebano nga zeneeta ambasada fabese naleete pulezidenti wange erinnya lyakola ki lyeyampa ekyasinga okunsesa nse yalina nga twali bakita musoosoli ng'engatto mpanvu eti negamba ne Segirinya nedala osobola obubaka bwa palamenti negamba mu nsi muno ekitasoboka naye ababaka ba palamenti mumazeemu amaanyi okukimba nga omusajja nalaba kubulira mu ttaka.
People power! Kakati banongera kubanjula Mukulu Wilson Gwobo osooka okujja. Ono bamuyita Mukulu Wilson. Muhammad Segirinya bwe yali mukomera. Omukulu ono ng'ali ne Babi wa Kyagulanyi jangu beebala. Bankubira essimu. Ne bagamba Katongole tubalaba mubanja Segirinya. Omukulu ono najja n'angamba sina saagala baka ba palamenti, saagala bakansala, tukoze tutya okujja Segirinya mu kkomera. Omukulu oyo n'ateekamu ssente ne tugenda ne tukyali Honorable Segirinya n'Honorable Alan Sewanyana. Omukulu oyo buli kye twali twetaaga ng'akituwa. Ne baggulawo ttiimu gye bayita ttiimu Segirinya. Ttiimu Segirinya eno nga ku kooti gye tuzoganya nayo. Era nakuwadde nnyo eri abakulembeze abamu naddala okuva e Kawempe. Muli babi nnyo. Enjera nja muteera nti muzira. Bwe yawa Segirinya kaadi n'ekibiina kya National Unity Platform, abakulembeze abamu bendabye nga beetema amaganzi. Baatuuza press conference ne bagamba Segirinya ate tunasobola kulembera Kawempe. Era ne musiraamu nedda fanda ekibadde ewambogo abo bagenda ne tukyalira Segirinya enaalya nali netwala gyamumpiseeko mu Kawempe. Tuba tutambula tuti nga tuyita mu Kawempe kati Segirinya nangamba Katongole temukyasobola abantu bali muvuganya kifo kyange ate basiraamu bannange naye munnange mbalabye nga balina ku mwanjo n'olwaliro nakedde mu Kawempe. Waliwo eddaala yaleese wano tugenda okusaalya nga ndaba bali mu kutimba. Nemulooza Segirinya ebipande nga mulina abasiraamu ku Segirinya byakoledde Kawempe, abantu abo balabe era mubaboole. Ekyo njagala mukole ki? People power. Oli abadde mukwano gwange tunabyogererawa ate anatimba bipande kikwakire. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Bagambye nekale mubuuza Mr. Wilson.
Honorable Segirinya tunyoloddwa nnyo ffe twasalawo twegatte tukuulesibwako tumuyambe ati abaddemu mu bulwadde
ali mu KCCA mu ggwanga gwa 2016 ng'avudde wansi mu scratch ng'avudde mbakuba amasimu ng'ambadde mpulira ddoboozi lye naye nga nze nali siwangudde. Segirinya bino mu Segirinya era njagala kwebaza maama wa Segirinya ne bazadde be bonna ne baganda be. Mwebale kuza mwana mulungi. Omwana siye Segirinya badagala abantu be bakimbe Segirinya nga KCCA ekitongole bw'okolako kuva mu 2016 mpaka 2020 tugenda kusubwa nnyo. Amabugo gaffe gagenda kutuuka mu bulambiro. Segirinya tuli naawe tuteekateeka byonna mu mikolo gino. Saba ya Allah akusaasira emikiso gy'emu Segirinya era akuwumuza emirembe akutuweerera ejjana. Ezzadde lyo ne bazadde bo saba Mulwa abagumye abakwagalire nga bwe wandibaagadde era ensi ebagondere mu ekyo. Saba ya Allah mwenna abaza okungubagira Segirinya abawe kyemusinga okwagala ekyemuluubirirwa naye atuwe ebirungi mu ebyo byabadde aluubirirwa. Nze Zahara Mara Liyika, sipiika wa Kampala Capital City Authority. inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi rajiun.
Tuyanze nnyo Ajati Zahala Mala Lurika webale nnyo baddala yali ombako empijji toddamu tola obutozi salaamu Ajati Sala Nakawunde Temulanda tola obutozi salaamu olwavudde empiki tola obutozi salaamu.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Nakawunde Sala Temulanda kimanya gange nga nali mubaka okuva empiki sebo kyamaanyi Nyanzi n'abakulu bonna okuva ku kitebe n'abo obunaleko abasosonalibonalima n'abakulembeze ab'enjawulo n'abali wano abazadde ba Segirinya basebo ne banyabo kitalo nnyo bannakawempe House basaasidde nnyo n'ekibiina kya National Democratic President Kyagulanyi basaasidde nnyo okuvibwako
obulamu bwange okubeera bwe buti Segirinya yansanga ndi mulwadde bwe nava mu kkomera Segirinya nze bwe yasooka okuyita okunyamba kubanga mwagambanga maapu agenda kufa maapu ali bubi bwe navaayo Segirinya ngafunye obwa MP kubanga nze nayimirira nnyo Segirinya afune obwa MP kuba online kubanga yeyanjigiriza bino twalwanira nnyo ku intaneti naye bwe navaayo nampita nangamba muganda wange ekifo kyendimu bwe wali badde obeera MP wakinteekamu naye kyengenda okusooka okutaasa obulamu bwo kukakamera ku kasimu ako Segirinya yakwata sente ze za kashi $1,000,000 n'agimpa n'ateekayo simu ye nga tuli mu mmotoka n'asonda sente zonna ezanzijanjaba nalwalira eri naye nange nali simanyi oba nakati sinakakasa oba ndi fiti naye nyinza okugoberera Segirinya naye bwe kuba nga kugoberera Segirinya bwe kuba kugoberera Segirinya bye bagamba bya ddala okuba kugoberera Segirinya tuyinza omugoberera naye tugenda mugoberera nga nagana agakyayogera tutaweddewo abavubuka tuve mu bintu bye abavubuka mwebe ŋŋamba bw'aba Segirinya yaweebwa butwa mujjukira bwe yajjira mu ka TV nga tukyali ekitalya ng'atudde ku katebe bw'ati twali naye Segirinya bw'aba yafa bw'aba yafudde naye afudde butwa kubanga ebyaddala njagala mbabuulire Segirinya yali naffe nga mulamu bamukwata Segirinya okujja ekitalya nga yekalakasiza be bakwatira ekitalya be bakwatira ekitalya Segirinya yali mulamu naye olwava ekitalya olunaku olwaddako yasooka mu liri eryawali Doctors Clinic erya Kunteberoodi gye yava abadde muganda wange yasasa obulamu bwange Mathias Mpuuga yazze n'ayingira eddwaliro tumaze okubika batugamba nti akyali mulamu Mathias Mpuuga yayingidde mazeyo ekinene nnyo dakikanga 6 n'afuluma ne tumutunuza mu kamera ne tumubuuza ki ekigenda mu maaso munnaffe ali bulungi yagambye nti siri musawo mubuuze abaki yazzeeyo ku mawulire ga BBS mwagalabye yazzeeyo n'atwala lipooti etegeeza mukama we Anita Moye yamutumye nti Segirinya mufu ku ssaawa 4 n'eddakiika 25 wabula ku ssaawa 6 eddwaliro n'eddakiika 10 eddwaliro lituwa ebbaluwa nga litugamba nti afudde ate ku ssaawa 6 n'eddakiika 10 ate nga Mpuuga yabadde ku ssaawa 4 ne bamutegeeza so baganda bange ndi mu bulumi ne bwe kiba kisoboka lwaki tugenda mu kalulu ngate tusobola okuŋŋaana bwe tuti ne tubimala
abakulu bano be nabadde mbayita n'agambye kutoola salaamu naye tebamanyi kuzitoola amanjiro bwanjizi ono eswiti apo yatambula nadonale ku kasanga kitawoni kanso ono mitasenga sebbanga omediani bano batiimu Kawempe bamuyita Safiina owa Kyagulanyi ono bamuyita Shamimu jangu Shamimu Sumaiya jangu bakulabe ono Sasha Nsagala ono sokojowano musajja gwe People power! Nsooka mulindeko katiri inahera power. Abasawo ne banyabo ono bwenese bamuyita Sami owa Mighty Family banange Saamu ono bamukwata yamuvuddeko ku March Parliament ne bamusiba n'agenda mukomera ekitalya n'amala okumpi emyezi 2. Sami ono ababeera ku internet mubadde mumugoberera bulungi era akyali mugole
Sami waali saagala onjogerere mwayogedde dda waliwo enjawulo y'amazima ne byoyagala owulira bano bagamba bye baagala okuwulira kati zezize bagamba amazima basabo ne bannyabo amanya n'eddoboozi yenze okanya Saamu ndi musajja muteeso nali komedian era komedi wange mumunyumirwa nnyo mumwagala namusuulawo lwansonga yoyo omwami ali awo Segirinya oyo y'omu ku bantu bennatunuulira nga mpulidde omulanga gwa pulezidenti nti osobola okukozesa essimu yo n'okyusa eggwanga lyo. Nali mu ddwaliro nga nange mpeeredde obutwa mu ggwanga ly'e Kata. Maama wa Segirinya ajjukira olunaku lwe baali mu ggwanga lya Amsterdam. Segirinya yankubira essimu n'aŋŋamba nkola ntya okujja mu ddwaliro wooli bakkiriza insuwalensi. Ne mugamba kizze lwa nsonga eno gye ndi nina obutuuze. N'aŋŋamba wonna ntambudde naye bw'awawo kalekaleko. Ebyo sijja kubigendamu nnyo. Ekikulu kya byonna Segirinya afudde. Segirinya afudde naye mugambe ensa amazima. Muyite Nagirinya mumugambe Museveni yasse taatawo. Muleme kwekweka. Bannayuganda bino bye mukola Museveni alaga muli bamativu. Omuntu alidde sente z'eddwaliro n'ogamba mbu alidde enguzi mubbi. Nagirinya maama wange fe abaana temwanditunudde mu ntaana zaffe muzitulamu lwakuba Museveni kwasse Segirinya. Mbadde mukomera okumagologedde emyezi 2 ssebo mazeyo emyezi 5 ng'omusango ogunvunaanibwa baguyita common nuisance. Mawanda yabba obuwumbi n'avaayo mu wiiki 3. Bino bigenda komawa bannange. Bannayuganda amaanyi ge mutaddemu mu kuziika mugateekemu mu kulwanira eggwanga lyaffe. Kano akasajja alidako mulowooza abantu b'e Kenya abalya tiyagasi bo baalya kimwe kye mutalya. Wetuligera ku majja ne tuva mu ntaana eno gye tulimu ey'okutya. Tugenda komadde okuziika abaana baffe. Bagenda komadde tufuula bamulekwa. Bagenda komadde okufuula bakazi baffe bannamwandu. Nga tutunula. Baalo muwulire myaka 3 myaka 25 olutalo lwe twali tulabyeko walitawo okwo tubugerere. Museveni tattanga abantu basukka 300 mumwakasanga we tuli wano nga twakalumbya ku paliamenti kasulawo. Segirinya towumula Faidira towumula. Leero n'omuzimu gwo gwandirumbye Isa Natasha oba abaana be. Njagala Segirinya gyafunidde obutwa buno bukeera ku makya ng'abaana ba Muwozi oba aba Natasha gye bali tusobola. Segirinya afudde nva waggulu ng'ambaga Segirinya afudde. Museveni yamusse. Omuwarabu akuza omwana we ng'amugamba Omumerika mutujju n'Omumerika tazannya firimu ng'Omuwarabu si yatega bomu. Wali oli si yatega bomu. Kubanga Omuwarabu amanyi Omumerika ayagala amafuta ge.
atendeka omwana nga mulaga omumerika mulabe nze navayo leeta akatambi k'omwana wange bangi bankuma omwana omuyingiza mu bino nze nekwenzadde mugamba ekizibu kya Uganda mu 7 tutudde mu kamera zino ngambagamba bannayuganda bwe tutaava mu ntaana y'okutya tugenda kufundikira amanyi tugalaga mu kuziika nze sigenda kudda mu kuziika wabula ngenda kudda nga mutukoowodde nti tugenda kulumba kujjako kajja akasembayo kyekiseera gavumenti ya Museveni olabe kwe bayita bakawutu gurupu yenze wegaba matatu kuba tokyasobola gazanya kiddamu ogazanyemu yasa Segirinya people power our power
basebo ne banyabo njagala muwulirize kino
abantu 20 mbatwala Masaka n'obazza nga temulina transport okuziika Segirinya
n'omutegesi w'ebiggulu mukulu Bajjo sebo nawe twaniriza webale kutwegattako basebo ne banyabo twongera okwebaza abantu bonna abalina kye bakoze okulaba nti abantu bonna abalina kye bakoze okulaba nti muganda wange mukwano gwaffe Honorable Mamadi Segirinya tumwerekera mu kitiibwa muwulirize bino twebaza nnyo
abakungubazi bannaffe mwenna kano kalambu omwana Shanita Namakula wagenze ne maama wo ekawempe embogo n'akuwa boda ekuleete wano. Maama wo tumusabye adde wano mu teeti owa boda alina omwana ono Shanita Namakula. Maama wo Aisha Nanyunja amanyiddwa nga Maama Shanita ali wano mweno teeti emyufu wakati bambi omwana tusaba omuleete wano wawempembo okumusikiti ng'ojja wano
tweyanza nnyo tweyanzeege basaba ne banyabo njagala tuwulirize nja kutwala omukisa guno ku lw'olukiiko oluteesiteesi twebaze pulezidenti wa Uganda Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Tata tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzeege twebaza obukulembeze bwa National Unity Platform twebaza abakyaddondo East wano Kasangati Meya Tone Sempebwa Kiyimba webale nnyo mama wange Ethel Naluyima bateeseteese n'abakulembeze b'ekitundu kino. Basaba ne banyabo tulina abantu basatu bokka abagenda okwogera. Kwaba abantu abasatu kuliko agenda okwogera ku bafamire. Meya Semugoma Amdani Kigozi onaamala atuukiriza abakozi w'ekibiina ne muganda wange Sama Uganda waali wano. Mu kaseera kano kampita agenda okwogera ku bafamire Mr. Kawempe ate ng'abadde FPA w'omubaka Honorable Mamadi Segirinya. Ndakusaba abakulu abali wano mubeere nga muddayo.
Olwaleero basebo ne banyabo ku bafamire twagala okwebaza abantu bonna be tutambudde nabo olunaku olwaleero okuviira ddala ku masikidi Mbogo gye tusaalidde omugenzi Mamadi Segirinya paka kati nga mukyayimiridde